T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after tomorrow, when the world is free. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! Yeah, that's right. We like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, just remembering UK, keep them in your minds as they're dealing with the fact that they've lost their queen. 70 years. I think it was 70 years. I don't know. I think I heard that someplace. It's a long time, guys. It's a long time to really have somebody kind of, as a head figure for your country. And so, just heartfelt moment, I guess, for them, for their loss. And just I wanted to just kind of make this a day just to kind of like just throw it as a remembrance for them. So anyways, that's the song for the day. You don't have to like it, but you know what though? If there's one thing I've learned in this entire play is that we have people from all across the world that are part of this. Everywhere, like everywhere. North, east, south, west. There is people everywhere part of this play. And so we're with you. All people equal, man. Apes. So anyways, heartfelt wishes to you guys over there in the UK. Let's see. There was a little bit of information that came out yesterday. I forgot to put up the big tramp here. Hold on a second. There she is. There's a lowrider big tramp. Let's see here. We had a little bit of information that came out yesterday. I haven't really done a whole lot of digging into it, but I know that I think Bigums might have talked about it a little bit last night about Europe, some kind of liquidation that was occurring. I think it was a self-liquidation. I'll tell you what, and I haven't. This is probably the first time that I publicly said this, and not privately, because I have said it privately to a few people. But a week or so ago, when J.P. Morgan had two different branches of Citadel brought up into the FICC GSD to work on reverse repo settlements. To me, if there was a sign of like the beginning stages of like a controlled liquidation, that would be one of the first things that you would probably see. Is you would see banks bringing branches of companies up to the table to start closing out swaps that they have, and that's it's like it's a controlled effort to try and remove the pressure in the markets. So whether or not this filing has anything to do with that in Europe, this LP liquidation. I don't know, but to me, these are the first kind of signs that you would see potentially for an undoing of what's been done. You know, it's kind of like when your bank calls you and you work with your bank to make payments on a house that you haven't made payments on for a while. They're like, okay, well, they'll work with you. They'll negotiate. They'll work with you a little bit. Maybe they'll reduce some of the fees or you know pressures that you may have in order to do whatever it is you need to do to make payments. That's what this kind of looks like. Um, we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Um, every day is a new day. Yo says yes, it was a who's gonna eat this moment having JPM bring them up. That's what it looked like to me, yo. I'm just saying I don't know. You also mentioned that crayons and crowns. Crayons. I don't know, man. Sometimes I can't say crayons and crayons. I don't know. Who cares? It's just a word. Coffee in the morning. We got about 5 more minutes here before I can start taking a look at the numbers. So I'm going to start cleaning my glasses. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Citadel is a market maker. Citadel going under would be big, huge to our markets. And so you can imagine that there's going to be some negotiating going on and deals that are made in order to try and keep that uh, risk of them going belly up mitigated. It's going to have to be. Good morning, Nikki. Let's see here. In the pre-market, oh, there are two numbers that I gave you guys yesterday: $8.66 for AMC and $5.13 for Ape. Currently, as it stands, AMC is at $8.87, which is over the 866, and Ape is currently at 515, which is over the 513 that I had suggested that we needed to see. I think that there could be some interesting stuff going on here. Earlier, I don't know if you guys were watching the order book or not. Well, of course you weren't watching the order book. I don't have it up. Earlier on the order book, there was a order for about 70,000 shares. I think it was at $8.90 on AMC. So somebody was definitely putting up a buy wall. That's since dissipated. Right now, I'm looking at the order book over on Ape, and there's only buy orders. There is no sell orders. Let me pull that up so you guys can see it, just because I think it's kind of significant. It is interesting to see. Nothing on the ask side. It's dry as a bone. No liquidity, maybe? Maybe? Possibility? I don't know. Seems like that's becoming a regular thing more often. More than like, oh, there they go. There they go. They finally got the order book up going. There they populated it. They must have finally got some shares to populate with. Still not trading though. Nice little spread between $5.11 and $5.20. On AMC, we have a spread of 886 to 890. Oh, and Ape went right back to no orders again. Something's going on over here on Ape. I don't know what's happening, but that's it's not moving. All right, well, it's about time to take a look at our numbers. Let me see what you guys are writing real quick here before I move on. We'll check it out here in just a second, yo. Actually, I'll check it right now for you. I am not seeing us on the threshold list. Let me head over to the first day. The first day that we had of utilization not being 100% was on August 31st. So if you counted that as the amount of days that the positions had been the amount of shares that had been received that should have been received from a recall, 5 days from there from that date would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that could be the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so the first day, not the first day, the second day that we had less than 100% utilization would have been September 2nd. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days would have been yesterday from September 2nd. That was the second time that we hit utilization being less than 100%. So it could be, again, I still do believe this kind of does almost even more so indicate to me that whole utilization being 100% and seeing a massive return of shares still being a part of the reason um, why we were on the threshold list to begin with. I do have a threshold list pulled up, the actual threshold list. Let me pull it up real quick here and just verify on that to make certain that that's the case. I guess I'll be looking for 9.8. Yeah, no ape listed for 9.8. Mm. I think transferring of money is still a thing. Even if it is just transferring of money, I still think it's the thing. Moving money around is kind of an interesting thing to see have happen, especially when it's large amounts enough to where it's flagging for people. Good morning, Salty Dog. I did see Dave Lauer's tweets. I actually saw Bigham's talking about him last night. Nana says something is wrong with my account. Day gains all green. No. You're seeing what you're seeing. Good morning, Mitch. All right, let me go ahead and log into my broker here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. Could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Taking you guys over to the other page. Price prediction tally points. I had our combined tally, or the combined price of AMC and Ape on closing yesterday was $13.71. That does not exclude anybody for price prediction tally point, so everybody got a point yesterday. Points around. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Congratulations, you made it to the last day of trading this week. And it is your last work day if you're working today. So the only way that I can win today is if everybody else gets a price prediction wrong. and I get it right, which I don't see that happening. But there's a three-way tiebreaker. Whoever's average price is closest to the closing price, average price of, or not average, but the closing price of Ape and AMC together will get the extra bonus point for the week for the win. Short exempt volume for the day today. Let me check it real quick. 122.5 thousand. Much lower. Yesterday's gains on AMC was 2.98. Utilization. Showing 100% utilization. Date is September 8th, so we have an accurate reporting. We've got 148 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Max Pain. Max Pain started the week out on Tuesday at 13.50. On Wednesday it was down to 12. Yesterday it went down to 11. I'm gonna say it's back up to 12 again. I think it'll be back up to 12. Let's see what it is. 10.50. 10.50. It's going the other direction. So if we could end up closing the week out this high, there could be there could be a little bit of pain there. There could be some substantial exercised options that might cause some pain. Off exchange final numbers for AMC yesterday. Remembering that 64% is usually kind of an average day for us. 51.18 in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was at 12.8 for a total 63.98%. Really darn close to 64%. That's 2 days in a row that it's almost hit 64%, right on the nose. Same thing for Ape. Yesterday in the off exchange was 55.42%, and EDGX at 10.46 for a grand total of 65.88%, so about 1.8% higher than an average day. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we had 154.565 million shares showing yesterday. Today it is 154.565, so no change. Ortex is showing that shares on loan for the day-to-day on AMC is 196.04. I think that's a little bit higher, not much, not quite a million. A little bit higher than it was day over day. We'll take a look at the numbers here in just a few minutes. That's going to put the estimated short share interest of the free float at 21.55%, which is actually, I think, down. Or maybe it might be slightly up. We'll see. We'll see here in a minute when we look at the numbers. On Ape, we are showing 47.35 million shares on loan. I do believe that's an increase. Utilization at 88.64%, and that makes the short share interest of the free float, which should be all of the shares that are on loan right now, is at 9.19%. Options, and I'm just looking at AMC 1 options chain. Our lottery ticket losers down at a $41 strike price. There was yesterday there were 630 contracts open. There's still 630, no change. And call options, our highest amount of call options is at a $14 strike. Yesterday it says 30. Let me scroll down to 30. 1, 2, 3, 5. Yep, it went from 30 down to 14. 14 is the new strike, highest amount of open interest. There's 1,297 contracts. Yesterday it was 1,236 at 30. 1297. At a $13.50 strike price, this is the big number here, guys. This is a very, very big number. At a $13.50 strike price, there is 30.4 thousand contracts that are open for puts. 30.4. Yesterday it was 30.7. So they did start closing out some of those contracts. I would guess if I was a betting man, if I were a betting man, at some point today, we will likely see price drop. The combined price of AMC and Ape together will drop down to below 1350, just probably around 1325, just long enough for those positions to be exercised. That would be my guess. We're at 1367 right now, so right at market open. Watch for a strong push down to just below 1350. You'll see probably a lot of exercise positions to gain shares, and then price will resume from there. Whether or not the market's going to be up or not today, it looks like everything is mostly green right now. So it's looking like a little bit like a green day today. So let's take a closer look at some of the other numbers here. Give me a second while I move a couple pages. All right. So on Ortex, here's your utilization up here, 100% for that 148 straight trading days. Let's zoom in just a little bit on current time. On loan amount today went from 195.96 to 196.04. So very, very small increase on loan amount. We're looking at like less than 10,000. Oh, that's more than 10,000. Hold on. More than 10. Yeah, that's right. 8,000 shares more. 80,000. 80,000 more shares. Yeah, 80,000 more shares on loan. Not a whole lot. Short share interest of the free float is showing up at 21.54 to 21.55. I'm going to pretty much just call it a break-even day. There was more short interest gained, but I mean, it's not going to be very much. What effect does that have on loan average age per day? Should have an increasing effect. It did. 40.85 to 41.48. Security lending volume day over day was slightly down. It went from 15.58 down to 10.51. On Ape, we had an increase. Here's your utilization right here. It's still falling off a little bit. Day over day, it went from 94.67 down to 88.64. On loan amounts, it did decrease. Okay, I thought it increased. Nope, a decrease of loaned shares from 47.35 to, okay, so 2 million shares returned on Ape. Let me write that down. 2 million shares less on loan. Security lending volume was slightly down, 21.39 yesterday to 20.74 today. Today, because that's a word. Today. And let's see, I think that's all the information I can report on this one. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME was seventh most heavily traded stock with 70% buys to 30% sales. Ape came in at 18th with 68% buys to 32% sales. And AMC had low volume, so low volume means low orders. So we did not show up on the top 30 list. $7.78 is trigger price for SSR for the day today. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return some shares overnight. Give me 1 second while I check something. My guys have not reported any numbers from last night, so I don't have any numbers to look at from last night, but we had some return shares, and I don't see anything being borrowed yet as of today. Usually the borrowing starts right around 7 o'clock, so nothing having been borrowed so far. I would imagine we'll see all of these shares get borrowed here in a minute, in a hot 30 minutes from now. Fees are at 20.3%. What's our market looking like for futures? Markets futures is looking up, somewhere around 1% on most indices. Taking a look at the VIX, it's showing down 1.5%. So yeah, we're looking somewhere between, I'd say 0.75% and 1% on market open. So market's looking like it's going to be green opening up. I can imagine that there's going to be a hard push on AMC or Ape, one of the two, right at the get-go, just to try and get that price, like I said, that combined price down to 13.25. But I would watch for a hard bounce off of that as soon as they could exercise as many of those positions as possible. Let's see here. Overseas. All green. Hang Seng was up over 2.5%. Shanghai up 0.82. FTSE China up 1.68. Shenzhen was up 1.11. Nifty 50 was up 0.19. FTSE International at 1.56. Yeah, so green markets overnight. Last night, I will expect to see more green for uh, our market this morning. Tesla's up 1.29. Amazon is up 1.19. Cinemark is up 0.29. Doge is up 4.04. Bitcoin is up 8.74. Let's take a look at Bitcoin for just a second. I told you guys before that I expected to see this. This is going to be very normal. Bounces between 19.4 and as high as 22 are very strong possibilities while we're completing out this period of time on the other side of the shoulder. I do feel like this is that last push. Similarly to this shoulder over here, this is the last push that we're going to see here before the downtrend move on this trading pattern here. When it completes, this should be a drop down. So that's what I'm kind of expecting. So this is it's not abnormal. I feel like this is a little bit of a pump here. The other thing that I'm going to show you guys here in just a minute, after we get done taking a look at the numbers, is a tweet that was put out yesterday by somebody. I don't know who it was, but I commented on it, and it's exactly what I'm seeing as well. GME in the pre-market is 1.63. HYMC is up 1.36. Hood is up 3.27. NCMI is down 1.79. Ape is up 0.78, and AMC is up 2.2%. Let's see here. AMC had just slightly more, like $100,000 more in outflow yesterday than inflow. So far this morning, we're trading 121,000 shares so far. This is going to be one of those popping days of volume. It looks like we have not been seeing this much volume this early in the morning for a while. Been a hot minute. So we're going to have a little bit of activity today, it looks like, on AMC. On Ape, on the other hand, not the same situation. Very, very low volume, super low volume. The total amount of inflow versus outflow yesterday on Ape, there was $800,000 more in inflow. So far this morning, it's only trading 3,055 shares. Very, very low volume. This thing is not trading. It's just not moving. Looking at the 1 hour time interval for AMC, sorry, I shouldn't have switched stocks on you like that, but 1 hour time interval on AMC, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.92, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.75, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.61, which is slightly above average. On Ape, on the 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.17, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.45, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.96, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto, these are the numbers that I gave you guys yesterday, $8.66 for AMC and $5.13 for Ape. Let's pull up the Ichimoto here because I think you guys are going to kind of like what you're going to see. The 1 hour Ichimoto. Okay, so base has crossed over the conversion line, so that's not necessarily a good thing. You want to see conversion above base, but that could change very quickly. Price is above the cloud, and lagging line is above the price line. However, within 2 hours time from now, price would need to be over $5.27. We're at 5.15, so it's going to be really, really, really close. This is for Ape. We need to see kind of like a sharp rise in price right off the get-go in order for us to kind of break the trend here. This does look like this could be a very short rise in price before falling back down as we're starting to see green cloud already in the futures. On AMC, conversion line is above base, lagging line is above price line, and we're up above that target number of $8.66 at 8.84. So this is looking like a pretty strong buy signal here on market open. Very, very strong. In fact, part of the buying in the pre-market hours this morning, and maybe even some of the buying that occurred last night, would have been as a result of price moving above that $8.66 mark. Again, it does look like this could be a short-lived upwards price movement as we do have green cloud forming shortly thereafter. The strength of this run is not huge, at least not based on what I'm seeing on these indicators. We are following the trend line up here. And I got enough time to talk about what I was going to say real quick here, so I'm going to leave it on this page. Let me go to my account. So this was posted by Michael J. Kramer And he was basically, the blue line right here is the VIX of 2008, and this is something that I've shown you guys on a couple different occasions. And he's lined it up here in a not time-based wise, but he's showing how the pattern really is kind of doing this, a very similar pattern on the VIX to what we saw back in 2008. Very, very similar. And what I'll show you is that this is kind of what I was expecting to see, a little bit of a run on the VIX, which means the market goes down and then coming back down one last time, meaning that the market would run one last time before we might see the VIX start to fail, or show failing signs or heavy volatility in the market, as that's what that is as an indicator. And so if you come over and you look at what it is that I've got on my page, on my trading analysis, what you're going to see is this is it right here. It comes back down one more time, the VIX, perhaps down to 19 range, before heading up, and I'm expecting a breakthrough somewhere around here. This is a breakout of the VIX for the market somewhere between like 10, I don't know what date that is, 1018, yeah, 1018 to 1025. Now, why this specifically, this time frame? It just, the timing for this on how long it would take to get there, I think kind of feels right to me. The other part to that is with Bitcoin, when you're looking at Bitcoin and how this is going to break down. I have Bitcoin starting to lose. If you believe like I do on Bitcoin that it's someplace that short, well, a lot of institutions are storing their money there as a place to uh, store cash. If they are pulling collateral from Bitcoin, and we're breaking out of Bitcoin down to the next level of 12 to 13-ish range on Bitcoin, somewhere between the 18th and the 23rd of this month, then that collateral, I think that collateral, this last pull of collateral, would probably last them about a month's period of time or thereabouts. And so I do feel like that's gonna kind of fall in line with the last hurrah. So that's what I'm kind of targeting for a potential market failure point. That's not me making dates for AMC. Don't be confused. I'm not making any dates for AMC on that. In regards to that, I'm just trying to show you what I see happening for the futures of our market. Let me take you guys to the other page. Let's get Bollinger Bands up on. Actually, you know what? It's not even trading right now. The last trade that had any significant volume whatsoever on Ape was made at, I mean, even 300 shares, does that count? I guess the last trade would have been at 522. Over an hour. Wait, no, that's not an hour ago. 25 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago was the last time that we had a significant trade made, and it was 386 shares. 3 minutes ago, we had 5 shares that traded. So just not a whole lot of movement. We've got another 12 minutes before they can pull out another loan of shares in order to create liquidity in the market. So we'll probably start seeing some more trading activity happening as soon as that happens. Diaz says, I just got back from 2 weeks in Utah. Welcome back, Diaz. I noticed that you've been here even though you were gone. It's good. I see you took a break while you're taking a break. Hmm. And you're planning a second trip to Spain. Nice. Look at you travel. Tater Tot even said it. Diaz living the life. Diaz, out of curiosity, do you ever look at how much you pay for those plane tickets and go like, dang, that's so much AMC or Ape I could be buying. I know that's I know every time I've had to spend some money, that's what I kind of think in my head. Money, I got you down. 12.92 to 15.92. Don't forget you have a three-way tie going in today, Monty. So you got some tough competition. So you want the closest average price to where you think the combined price of AMC and Ape are going to close at. So if you want to change that at any point before market open, let me know. But yeah, you've got competition. Good morning, Luz Boobs. Diaz, how's it going, man? Love you too, man. No FOMO. Ape, I don't see Ape on the threshold list. Tendies Plus Plus is headed to West Virginia for camping and whitewater weekend. Dude, that sounds like fun, man. Catch the white water before it gets like too cold. Sounds like a good idea. Tater Tot says I say that going through the fast food line. That's lots of AMC stock. I know, man. Everything. It's like I don't remember at what point that started happening to me, but at some point I started looking at like everything that I was buying, and I was going like, man, that's AMC shares I could have purchased. Nikki says King Charles III will address the nation at 6 p.m. this evening UK time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So watch for some interesting activity on the market. There could be some reaction in the market to whatever's said. You never know. You have no idea what could potentially be said that could cause or trigger something to occur. We have 9 more minutes left here before market open. I say that because that's really when I kind of feel like market kind of opens is when they actually start borrowing shares and then they can start making trades when it's illiquid. That's what it feels like anyways. I don't see Ape on the threshold list. I checked both the threshold list and I checked, and I'll give you guys the link too so you guys can look at it if you want to. I checked both the threshold list and the reporting for Ortex, and it's not there. There is the that's the link to the threshold list if you want to check it for yourself. Just make sure you put in yesterday's date and then refresh it and check for yourself. You can see it's not listed. I'll go back to 9.7 just to verify that it's still showing up on 9. Yep, it's showing up on 9.7, not on 9.8. And 9.9 should not be populated. Sandy says, "Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Sandy. Casey, when the VIX, it's VIX, not C. When the oh wait, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure VIC wasn't something that I was missing out on. VIX, when VIX goes down, it's inverse relationship to the market, right? So if the VIX goes down, the market goes up. If the VIX goes up, the market goes down. So if the VIX is going down, which it is, then you would see the market rise. With max pain at 1050, we've been tied very closely to the market and the market movements. And what I would say to you is that we'll probably go up with it, with max pain being at 1050. There's gonna be some pain out there. All those returned shares, Ace 23. Ace 23 is asking, what do you think happened that made it off the threshold? This is what I've been trying to tell you guys. Like I really truly and honestly don't believe that it was failure to delivers that caused the threshold. It was a recall of loaned shares from institutions who had purchased their shares the very first week, thinking that the options were going to be able to be traded on there. And since options were no, oh, hold on a second, guys. My son's getting ready to move out. Head out. You heading out? It's early today. Got practice? Awesome. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna say goodbye to him real quick. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. He's leaving nice and early today. Nice early band practice. All right. So, um, in regards to return shares, we've been seeing that like I had said before, and I'll put it back up on the screen again for you to see. We have do you remember the 13G that was filed by I can't remember the gentleman's name, but you remember the 13G that was filed? It was filed on I believe it was the 30th or the 31st. I can't remember which day. I think it was the 31st. They filed the 13G. Let me pull it up. I'll pull up the 13G so I can show you guys how this all kind of fits together here. All right. So I'm on AMC's website for SEC filings. You can go down to the statement of ownership from 13G that was filed on 9/1. I was wrong on the 31st day. It was 9/1. I'm gonna go to the HTML on this, so it's easier to see. And what this tells you is that the date of event which requires filing of this statement, meaning their position changed starting August 24th. Meaning they started selling their shares on August 24th. And later on in the statement down here, and I don't remember where it's at exactly, but later on in the statement down here, it says that they were basically selling their shares back into the market up to and including, and this might be it, after acquiring beneficial ownership of more than 5% of the outstanding AMC preferred equity units on August 24th. The reporting persons ceased to be beneficial owners of more than 5% of the outstanding AMC preferred equity units by the date of this filing. So what that means is that from August 24th to the date of the filing, which is 9/1, they started selling their how many shares was it? 24.5 million shares back into the market. And those shares were more than likely loaned out because they probably thought that they were going to get options trading ability, so they loaned out their shares. So they're going to do a recall. They're going to do a recall on these shares, right? They bought 24.5 million shares. They started loaning them out, and then they said, "Oops, we can't do options. We're screwed. Give us back our shares because we're selling. We don't want to be a part of this if we can't hedge." So they left. They're like, GTFO, right? GTFO starting on the 24th. So if you look back on the 24th, you add T plus 2 settlement. Let me put in this threshold list. You look back on the 24th. You look at T plus 2 settlement, and then sorry, they had ownership of the 24th. So they started selling, right? Started selling on the 25th. 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. This is the threshold list. If they were requesting their shares back on the 24th and started selling by the 25th as soon as they possibly could, as they were getting shares back, and then they made their filing on the first, which is right here, the day after they completed all their sell orders, then this would have been the start date of the returned shares, and that makes complete sense why it would show up on the threshold list on the 31st, because they would recall their shares, but the shares weren't coming back in as fast as they wanted. So then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days on the threshold list, right? 6 days on the threshold list, meaning that by at least you have to have 5 days in order to be off the threshold list. So we can count backwards from the last day of being on the threshold list, which is today. We can count back from today. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Compliance was met by the September 1st, meaning that as soon as you had utilization going from 100% down to 83.7%, it means that they had returned enough shares at that point. When utilization got under 100%, they had returned enough shares for the recalled loaned shares by August 31st. And guess what? What was the day that they said that they had completed the actions by the filing date, which was 9/1, right? So it all makes perfect sense. Perfect sense about where the shares came from, why we went on a threshold list. It had nothing to do with failure to delivers whatsoever. It doesn't. It doesn't show anything that I see no signs of this having anything to do with failure to delivers. This was somebody who did a share recall and didn't get their shares on time. That's what this was. And the dates line up, they match perfectly. The action for when they completed their selling of shares would have been on the 31st. They filed on the 1st, stating that they had completed their actions starting from the 24th to that time, because they gained ownership at the 24th, made and started selling after they gained ownership, which would have started the 25th through to the ending day of the 31st. You've got the threshold going on the 31st because it was 5 straight days of not getting all their shares yet. And then as soon as they completed their transactions, because they had all the shares that they had, you have 5 days of completed activity of meeting the requirements of giving back the shares. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it comes off the list. So it had nothing to do with failure to delivers. It wasn't. There was no failure to delivers here. It was somebody recalling shares. I can't see it any other way. But it's good to know this is what it looks like when you see a forced recall of loaned shares. Yo says, why did I put my coffee up there? Yo says, Casey, so did they load the options that week in anticipation of Ape options that never came about? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They truly and honestly thought that they were going to be able, so they went out and they purchased like a crap ton of shares. They gained delivery. All right, so you remember how there was a bunch of brokers that were reporting that you weren't going to get your shares by the 24th? Well, where are they getting their shares from? It's T plus 2 settlement, right? If it's T0 for delivery of the shares from the DTC to everybody out there, right? When they're distributing the shares out from the DTC, everybody who sold on the 22nd, the settlement would have been to the 24th. So that means that there were companies out there like ISC or ICC, I forget what the name of the company was, but they purchased 24.5 million shares. And where did they get them from? They got them from somebody selling. Somebody sold shares on the 22nd. They purchased them and got them and received them T+2, which was by the settlement date, which was 2 days later. And then they found out that day. It was the Thursday, right? If you go back and you look at the history, they found out that Thursday that they weren't going to be able to do options, and so they probably panicked. They probably panicked and said, "Oh crap, we got to get out of this." They would have taken a massive loss if you think about that, yo. They would have taken a massive loss because the price drop. If you look at the price drop from, let's take a look at that, shall we? What was the price drop? Because they purchased their shares on the 22nd, right? The best price that they could have gotten on the 22nd, the lowest price they could have possibly have gotten was 521. If they sold by the 20, they had to sell throughout the process of 825 to 831. So the best possible price they could have gotten was 521 because that's the lowest price that we see on Ape, right? The best possible price they could have gotten would have been starting on the 25th, going down as they were receiving their shares back. The highest price they could have gotten out for was 707. And then as price was dropping, they would have been underneath the 521 by the 30th. So whatever shares they got back, no, not the 30th. Actually, the 31st, 526. Yeah, they may have made a little bit of money on this. So they purchased 24.5 million shares, started selling by the 25th, and I'm saying best case scenario, they could have made money. Chances are that they got in at 521 on all of their shares that they purchased is probably pretty low, but I mean, you can see that the low for the very first day of trading was 521. I'd have to go back and take a look historically. We'll go back to a 5 minute here and historically look at see what how realistic that is. Let's see. How realistic was it on the 22nd that they would have gotten that price? Actually, anything under 650, it's actually kind of realistic. They could have this seems like a good purchasing. There's some good purchasing points in here where you could have gotten in at somewhere between like $6 right in here, $6 and 521. Somebody could have gotten in right there. There were other institutions that were buying right here on the way down in price. Looks like there's at least 3 different tiers. Yep. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Once they realized that they weren't going to be able to trade options on Ape, they said GTFO. They took whatever they could take and they ran with it. Oh man, Flatters, you make me laugh, man. You make me laugh. Pokey stick. Oh man, I totally forgot about pokey stick. What do we have here? It's so important too. Let's see. We would have had. It looks like we. Hold on. What do we got? 80. Three, yeah, I can probably subtract out maybe like 10K, so about 200,000. Yeah, so we had, it looks like we had about 120,000 on AMC going into PokeStick with an additional 80,000 added with the PokeStick. So the PokeStick of volume for 7 a.m. For AMC didn't quite hit a doubling. But 200,000 shares is going to be significant. That's going to put us, let me think here for a minute. So we're going to see a bump up in volume today. And I'm going to say 25, 25, 30 to 50 million. I'm going to go 30, 50. So I've been saying 10 to 30 on AMC for volume. It's gonna bump up to 30 to 50 million shares traded for the day today. And Ape, on the other hand, had like 5,000 shares going into the PokeStick. The PokeStick was 36,000. So we had like 40,000 shares traded by the time. And look at this. Oh, amazing. Amazing that Ape was able to actually start making trades again as soon as they probably borrowed some shares. We'll check and see here in a second. But how much did they borrow? Let's see. Of the 500,000 shares that they borrowed, how much did they borrow? Yep, pretty much all of it. They borrowed 470,000 shares, and then they returned almost instantly 350,000 of it. No, I'm sorry, 320,000 of it. Yeah. So I'm trying to get an idea here on volume on Ape. I mean, it's still going to be really low. I don't think I'll do more than 5 to 25 on Ape. It's still really, really low volume. So 5 to 25 million on Ape for the day today. Not enough volume there to predict anything more than that. So 30 to 50 on AMC and Ape 5 to 25. That's still a significant bump up though, compared to where we've been. Lost Pro, yes I can. Let's take a look at it. Lost Pro says, "Hey Casey, can you maybe look at this cost of bar on Ortex before the June run up? There were two spikes like now. How many DOS after the spikes did in the run happen? How many spikes maybe after the how many days? Oh, I think that's days. How many days after the spikes did the run happen? Yeah, let's take a look at it. So cost to borrow before the January run up was at 159.47. We did have a little bit of a spike up to 22.44 on May 12th, and then it ran down. Let me just make sure I'm not getting. If you don't zoom in enough, sometimes it can put. Yeah, okay, I'm on a daily here. So yeah, the highest that cost of borrow went up to is 22.44 by May 12th before it started moving downwards. So I would say that the first signs of price improvement would have been May 24th. The day that really stood out in my mind was May 26th when we hit 1995 as a high. 22.44. You wanted days. How many days? So we got May 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days before price started running. 8 days, but I don't think anybody would have recognized that there was anything really happening until the 9th day. No, 10th day. 10th day, it was pretty obvious that there was a big price increase coming. 10 days after, we are currently at 18.69 being reported for the day today. If you want to look at this last run up that we had right here, cost to borrow got as high as 1706, and we'll count out 10 days just to kind of see where that's at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would have been right here. There's a little bit of a price run up that we had right there, and then it fell a little bit and then rose some more. But I'll tell you what though, if I kind of expand this out so you can see everything, one of the things that really stands out in my mind isn't cost to borrow. I don't I know that before some of our big runs you can see it peaking a little bit, but what I would say to you, who said that? Let me go back over here. Acknowledge the person. Loss Pro. What I would say to you, Loss Pro, is one of the numbers that I focus more heavily on is on loan average age per day. I think it's a much better indicator because when you see troughs, when you see this fall down, it tells you that there's positions that are being closed because they know price is going to run up. So if you compare on loan average age per day to, let me get rid of this, stop that from happening. When you compare some of the points, the peak points, right? They kind of line up here. The troughs didn't fall down all the way on the cost to borrow on this one until here, which was well later. You actually have a bottoming right about here on this indicator. Some of this data is compiled altogether because I've got such a long period of time. Let me zoom in on this just a tad bit because you'll see a little bit of a difference here. So here's a bottom right here. I guess there's a bottom on cost to borrow as well, but it's like right before it runs. You've got somewhat of a bottom. What I look for on this indicator is I look for days where it drops down. It doesn't matter how much it drops down for, but if it drops down a little bit and then has a rise, then usually you see price movement afterwards. Here's another point right here. The peak on cost to borrow was here. The peak on this one was here. A little bit off, but certainly really close there after price started moving. Here you have a bottom here. This one was a little bit further out than where price started running out over here, but you can't see really anything in cost to borrow. And then one of our more current periods of time, you've got this bottoming out here. Shortly thereafter, a little price run. You've got a bottoming out here. Shortly thereafter, a price run. Bottom out here. Shortly thereafter, a price run. This one's a pretty big bottom right here, and you get a big price run. But you don't see it as heavily in cost to borrow. Cost to borrow doesn't really show it as well as the on loan average age per day does. So that on loan average age per day is really to me is a better indicator than cost to borrow. And it's simply all it is it's telling you that your on loan average age per day, if they're closing out really old loans, then you're going to see that value drop, right? Like that means that they know that price is going to come, it's going to start running. So they close out as many of their older positions as they possibly can. So on loan average age per day is going to drop right before price starts to increase. So you can see we have this like, we have a two-tier drop here. One, two, three-tier. We have a three-tier drop here. You got drop number one, drop number two, and drop number three right here, incoming to what is potentially probably a pretty big price run up. If you take a look at the same thing leading into June, uh, you have one, two, but then you don't really have a third, and it takes off. You got drop number one and you got drop number two. So, and I'm just looking at two different periods of time here. I don't know if they liquidated everything, MGTO. I know that I have seen the reports on the self liquidation. I don't know the extent of it. No, no, I don't, Flat Earth. I actually really don't think that the entire market's revolving around uh, result of short interest by AMC. I don't think that at all. I think it's much, much bigger than just AMC. I don't know why you would think that. Loss Pro says, but if you have 100 million old loans and 100 million new loans, the average drops to 50%, so it can drop with closing older loans or opening new loans. The last drop, that's absolutely correct, right? So how do you drop it? Anytime you drop, so this is how you can tell Loss Pro if you have really old loans or if you don't have really old loans. If it takes 5 million shares borrowing on a in a single day and you have like zero movement in on loan average age per day, I can tell you right now, after having monitored these numbers for a long time, that's a lot, man. 5 million brand new shares in your on loan average age per day doesn't do jack crap, and I can show you that. I can show you real quickly here how you can tell when you've got super old loans and when you don't have super old loans that are in existence. So you're absolutely right. You can see those relationships. So if you pull up on loan amounts, right, and you see like these sharp increases in on loan amounts day over day, for example, like right here, then what you should see is you should see a massive drop in on loan average age per day, right? So so what you have right here is you have 169 to 184 million shares in a single day. That's 15 million shares roughly, right? And on loan average age per day sure does drop. It drops right, quite a bit. Then the next day you have it goes from 184 to 190 to 195. 5 million brand new shares being created, right? 5 million new. That's 1/3 of this amount back here, right? But then you start to see that there's not a whole lot of change. In fact, on loan average age per day is starting to level out. Then you have a borrowing over here, 193 to 197. That's a $4 million loan, right? And change day over day. $4 million, or 4 million shares rather, in loaning amount, and your on loan average age per day at that point, it goes from 36.21 to 36.28. It rose. On a 4 million day over day loan, you have a rise in on loan average age per day. Then you have back over here, you've got 192 to 196. This is another 4 million share loan day over day. And it starts going up even further. It goes from 40.58 to 40.77. Dude, what? That tells you you've got some older loans in there. They're loaning 4 million shares in a single day, and on loan average age per day is rising. It's like, dude, that's significant. It's very, very significant. It tells you that there's some definitely older loans that are sitting on the books out there. So if you see a big drop like this on loan average age per day, and you see a bunch of new loans that are coming in, what are they doing? You can see what's happening with the price here in the relationship to on loan amounts. Price is rising up. They buy a whole bunch of shares, start shorting the price down, and they're making some money in here, right? But what happens when they have loans still on the books and price is not really doing a whole lot, but they're not returning anything, right? You don't see massive amounts of returns. They're all sitting way up here really high, and you see on loan average age per day rising. What does this mean? Eventually this on loan amount is going to have to drop. They're going to have to find those shares they're going to have to find these shares. Somebody's going to have to find these shares and return them before price starts rising. It's pretty crazy. I mean, you can see the effects of what happens just by looking at these two data points alone. Sure, they made some money on this drop right here, but somebody's going to have to collect shares. So they're going to have to start buying, right? Because if we know that we own the float, somebody's going to have to start either borrowing or buying shares off the market in order to drop this before the next price run. And if they don't, they're going to get stuck. And it's not going to look pretty. It won't look not for them. For us, it's going to look great. We're sitting there going like, oh, what kind? Everybody's going to come in here and be like, why is the price rising? Why is the price rising, Casey? I don't understand. Why is the price rising? Oh shoot, was I not showing you guys the page? I wasn't. I was kind of showing you guys the page there. Sorry about that. If you didn't see what it was I was showing, tell me and I'll point it out a little bit better. Because I think the world is flat? Oh, because Flat Earth thinks that. I see. Yeah, Flat Earth, absolutely I can. Every single time, every single time that you've seen these massive drops in price and Bitcoin, you've seen liquidity, you've seen a grab for collateral out of cryptocurrencies. Every single time. This has been massive market sell-offs on Bitcoin. Massive. These sell-offs are grabs for collateral. every single time we move down from these massive amounts here. And you can see it every single time they pump it up. You can see the pumping going on and you can see the dumping going on. And I can tell you this for certainty because I can watch, synthetic price failures, flat earth. I use those. I use those same theory but different numbers on cryptocurrencies. And I can tell you for without a shadow of a doubt that there's synthetic price failures that are occurring inside of cryptocurrencies on different price scales than what you see within the market. And what that tells me is that there are algorithmic trades that are being made by uh, um, institutions that have money inside cryptocurrency. And they are absolutely 100% dropping the price on purpose because they need to grab collateral. And so every time we've hit one of these red lines in here, it's been a grab for collateral. I know I've only got 3 lines and we've only met 2 of them. The third one's to come. It'll be the third major grab for collateral that we've had since I've been tracking this. So, but the first big grab would have been in here. Second grab, third grab will be on the fourth. But I've only been seeing the collateral grabs the first 3. So it's crazy because you can actually track this. You can track this information. You can see the percentages that it's dropping and know that there are algorithms that are pumping this up just before price drops. You can see it happening on a daily basis. If you can't see it, you're blind. All you have to do is start tracking price on cryptocurrencies. You can see for a fact that they're being algorithmically traded. And institutions are treating cryptocurrency as a piggy bank. And I call it the wild, wild west. It's a place for them to be able to rob banks whenever they need to. And they don't even think twice about it. They just jump in there. If they need collateral, they start selling. They pump it up and they sell it off, and they create a bunch of bag holders on the pump ups. It's the same thing. We see the same thing in the market. Haze Monster, I did a whole rundown on that probably about 20 minutes ago or less. If you go back a little bit, you'll see it. Look for the threshold list showing up as a big green box. But basically, the threshold list was not for failure to delivers like everybody's been crying about for a long time. It's not been about failure to delivers. It's been about shares that were recalled by institutions that thought that they were going to be able to loan shares out for an options chain on Ape that never formed. It's exactly what you can see it all by the dates. They all line up. Because Flat Earth, if you start tracking the data for cryptocurrencies, if you actually sat there and tracked the percentage of movements both up and down, you would start to see patterns. And if you start looking for the typical price points, percentage points at where price moves the most, start tracking those. I'm not going to say what they are because then people are going to go out and start day trading cryptocurrency and say Casey said this and I lost a bunch of money because I did something stupid like leaving your position open overnight and not putting in some kind of stop loss limits while you're sleeping. And I don't want to see that have happen, but there are percentages out there. I've told you what those percentages are for regular securities: 20, 35, 60% price drops. Those synthetic price failures, if you track it the way that I've shown in some of the videos that I've shown on how to track a synthetic price failure, those synthetic price failures occur in cryptocurrency. They're just different percentages. And I will go out on a ledge here, your flat Earth ledge, and tell you that not only are they traded on those percentages as well, the different percentages, but um, well, I don't know if I want to say it. Mm, yeah, I'm gonna pass. But yeah, I guess what I will say is this: who decides to sell all at the same time? From your opinion, how do you get these big drops in uh, in cryptocurrencies? How do you see these big drops? Does everybody wake up one day and decide, like especially this one right here, right, like this? Does everybody wake up one day and decide that they're gonna at 39.7 thousand per coin that they're all gonna sell off over a 5 day period of time to drop it from 39,000 a coin down to 30,000 a coin, 10,000? Is that what's happening? People all wake up on the same day and just kind of go like, "Yep, it's time to sell off everything and drop it to a certain point." Or are there percentages? Are there percentages that institutions decide that they can drop the price down to collect enough collateral for them to, continue to do another pump, perhaps wait for there to be a period of time for the market to stabilize, and then drop it again, collecting more money? Like, what do you think? What do you think is really the truth here? China? It's always China. Okay. Well, that seems like a much more logical reason. China. Yep. That's definitely the reason why. That is that is so the reason why. It's all China's fault. This is like what happens when like people are afraid of like communism, right? Like they just say like, "Oh, Russia did it." It's like, come on, guys. You want to talk about um, drawing conclusions that are flimsy on data confluence? China. Oh, it's China. Come on, man. It's institutional trading. If you can find the same kind of percentages found in the market trading through securities being found inside of cryptocurrencies, then guess who's probably doing it? It's the same people. It's the same people who are manipulating price on the securities who are the same ones that are manipulating price inside cryptocurrencies. And the great thing is about cryptocurrencies is that there's no regulation there to stop them from doing it. So they can just do it however they want to, whenever they want to. That's right. It's like me saying it's Nancy Pelosi. Come on, man. China. Rizla says, I mean, Trump would blame China. I'm surprised he didn't say Russia. I mean, quite honestly, like, I mean, our government blamed Russia. Go back and look at why am I forgetting her name? I always forget her name. Elizabeth Warren. Did I say it right? Did I get it right? Is it Elizabeth Warren when she was talking to Powell when he got up and testified, or when he was doing his reconfirmation hearing? Uh, Basically, Elizabeth Warren sat there and told him, like, Russia's stealing money out of cryptocurrencies left and right. People are at risk. You need to shut that down. That's pretty. Like, I'm surprised you didn't go with Russia. At least our government's backing you on that one. Yeah, you said China, but you would have been closer if you said Russia, because that's what Elizabeth Warren seems to think. Uh, Flat Earth, you can go back. My history is there to see. I've been predicting this drop to 13K since back here. Since back here when we started the secondary portion of the Head and Shoulders that I drew back here. This is November of 2021. In November of 2021, I was predicting the drop to 13K. I drew up some Fibonacci retracements on this and found the different stopping, support, and resistance levels, and you can see them hitting over and over and over. Who trades like this? Cryptocurrency should not trade on trading patterns like you would through a market. You can't sit here and tell me on a cryptocurrency that it should be trading like a stock. Like this shouldn't be happening. It's not backed by anything, right? Right. It's not really backed by anything, Flat Earth, but yet it's trading just like a normal security. Amazing. So amazing. What would cause that? Would it be algorithmic trading possibly? Knowing how investors are going to invest, psychologically impacting price in a way that would cause most amount of gains as possible? Weird. Tia says, somebody hand me a wrench. MG Toe says Russia and China are not communist countries. They don't fit the claim. They don't fit the description. Good morning, Roaster Guy. Oh man, I can't wait to we got Lowboy coming on today. He's gonna be on here in the power hour later on today. He said he'd be here. I'm hoping he's still here. Jay, I am ready for break. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to put up my message. China. That's going to make me laugh. That's going to make me laugh for the rest of the day, China. China. It's all China's fault. China did it. Your technical analysis is crap. It's China. I'm going to laugh for that one all day long today. That one's going to get me going for a while. China. What's China? Hey, Flat Earth, do me a favor, man. Go tell Chan Chan we said hi, because we miss him, and we really hope that he comes back. We hope all is well with Chan Chan. He was near and dear because he also gave us plenty of laughs on a daily basis. So would you please tell him that best wishes to him and his family. It would be awesome to see him come back. What time am I coming back at? 8:15 a.m. I always forget. Let me get some music up. Low boy, there he is. Low boy, I was just talking about you. Your ears must be itching. Nosa says Chan Chan. I know that's why I brought Chan Chan up. He's got to be over there. He's busy pumping and dumping crypto. Oh man. Oh, sorry. Whew, that's a good one. Alrighty. Those evil communists. It's China. Evil communism. Evil. 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 Oh man, SpongeBob SquarePants. Evil. That's all I can think of. Alrighty, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, I'm not saying it's not evil, Maccabees. I'm just saying I think it's funny to like when people just always point it at communism as the problem for things. It's just it cracks me up, man. It really cracks me up. Oh, it's like you can just drop Russia or China as a narrative, and it's like everybody goes evil. It's just like everybody clings to it so much. It's just like, oh my gosh, do you hear China and Russia? It's got to be the reason. It's crazy. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm gonna head off to break. Oh, little boy, that's awesome, man. You don't just remember you don't have to be here. Everybody else out there tells you, it's not healthy to continuously watch the line, man. There's people out there that do that for a living on a daily basis, but you shouldn't do it because watching the line is not healthy for you. It's just what people do for a job. I'll see you guys later.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Markets are looking like they're going to be green opening. Yep, I remember to activate my mic. Guys, just to let you know, Z-Man and Dr. Zeno are not the same thing, I don't believe. Dr. Zeno is in here for himself. He could, I think he can, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it was Zach. I'm trying to remember what Z-Man's original name used to be, but I think it was Zach or something like that. He got booted. He got booted at one point. I think somebody banned him, and then he changed his name and profile, and then came back on. But Z-Man is not who he is not Zeno. First off, the other part to that is the threshold list was never about failure to delivers, and I kept trying to tell you guys that it never was about failure to delivers. It was about shares that needed to be returned to very short-term investors who were trying to hedge against Ape, and they got caught, and they ended up having to. They bought into their position and then ended up having to sell out of their position. And when they sold out of their position, they had to recall their loan shares, and those shares were unavailable, and that's why we made a threshold list. I've been saying it since the get-go. Keto 1313 to 1613. Thank you, sir. You do have competition today for a tiebreaker. The closest average price, remember, is the winner. So if either you, Monty, or Eric, want to, actually, let me get with Eric real quick here and send him a message. If you guys want to change it, your average price so you can have the tiebreaker. Let me see here. Closest average price wins. I will need to be running some errands later today, guys. It might actually be sooner than later. In fact, it might be real soon. But yeah, the whole reason that the threshold list was activated had nothing to do with failure to deliver. So this is why that whole T plus 13. I was trying to tell people, like, this is not going to be a thing. You gotta, there's a difference between failure to delivers and return of shares that are on loan. They both activate threshold lists, but simply because of the nature of them, they are shorted shares, but they're not failure to delivers though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take off here, guys. I gotta go. I think I'm getting called to go do something. Give me a second. Eric's coming in with 1301 to 1601. Our average price right now is 1367. Let me do a little quick math. I'm gonna go 1285. 1285 to 1585. So price predictions for the day today as they stand: 1285 to 1585 for me. Eric's got 1301 to 1601. Keto's got 1313 to 1613, and Monty's got 1292 to 1592. It seems like most of us have a more bullish outlook on price for the day today than yesterday. I don't even know how to do a perma ban. I don't even I don't even know how to do that. I only know how to silence people. I'm not even sure how to do perma bans. Is that even a thing? I don't know. Give me 1 second here. All right, not quite ready yet. Almost. No, no. I don't completely silence people, Pebbles, for stuff like that. Like, I mean, I'm pretty lenient. I feel like, I might give you like a warning or just, remove the message and be like, like, I think I just removed your message and was like, don't do that, you know. And it's real light around here, like you gotta do something pretty severe around here for me to get kind of pissed off. So, and to be honest with you guys, and I haven't had this happen yet, but nobody who I've ever, permanently banned from speaking here, has ever come to me and said like, "Hey, I'm really sorry about what I did or whatever I said, and I apologize," or anything like that. Nobody's ever done that. And if somebody did come to me and said something like that, hey, I'm sorry, I was out of line. I shouldn't have said that. Would you mind, reinstating me in a talking position? I would definitely consider that, but I've never had a single person do that so far. I think I've only got like 3 or 4 people banned permanently from speaking. So, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, if it's kind of odd to me, like why isn't if they really wanted to be here, why didn't they act like it? No, Pebbles, you may have been silenced one time. I recognize your name. I know who you are. I would have recognized if I would have silenced you. I may have given you a timeout for like 300 seconds or something. But I didn't. I promise I didn't give you a complete silence. Nikki says it shows you ban the right people if they never reach out. That's what I'm saying, Nikki. Like if they don't have the common courtesy to reach out and be like, hey, I was out of line or whatever, and sorry, they'd probably ask me. They would have said like, hey, can you reinstate me and I apologize or whatever. But they not. They don't do that. Nobody does that. So it's just kind of like, all right, well, see you, goodbye. You can still watch. Grandpa Barney says, can I apologize in advance? Yes, you can apologize in advance. I will accept it. I sincerely apologize. T90. You make me laugh, Sugar Crane. Thank you. Forrest says you banned me for 10 minutes once. It was the greatest shame I've ever felt. I don't remember that. Were you fighting? Were you getting into it with somebody else, or I don't remember. I don't remember that. All right, guys, it's time to get this market open. Bunch of crazy people. Let's get this going here. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after tomorrow, when the world is free. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. We like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's a nice little green opening here. We are up 2.54% on Ape. We are up 3.47% on AMC. Green across the board. VIX is down currently 2.33. I think this is going to be one last opportunity for the market to see some green. That's what I'm kind of looking at right now, guys. I really do feel like this is. I'm going to throw this up here. Actually, let me start off with "We Love You, UK." No FOMO. In remembrance of the Queen. That was a special little song there. Um, you know, sorry if you didn't like it. You're never always going to like everything in life. That's called "The White Cliffs of Dover" by Vera Lynn, and it was one of the Queen's favorite songs. So I thought it was appropriate to play it today in remembrance. If there's any one thing that I've learned throughout this entire time that I've been here with you guys, is that we have people from everywhere around the world here. It's not just the United States. It's Canada. It's Mexico. It's Spain. It's Italy. It's Australia. It's, I don't know, UK, everywhere, Russia, China. It doesn't matter who it is. People are here from around the world, and I'm going to respect that. So, we love you, UK. No FOMO. But moving on, not to be disrespectful, but moving on. Markets are green this morning, moving upwards. Let me show you a little something here on the VIX. I do feel like there's a case to be made that that the VIX is going to come back down and retest this level down here before seeing that final push or run up to 35. This is what I'm guesstimating. This is not financial advice, but this is what I'm kind of viewing as the last hurrah of the markets. You're going to see this one last final push down. Why do I say this? There was a post, and this is how I've been tracking it as well. But there was a post that I'm now starting to see people who are in the markets that are starting to agree with my position. Take you over the other page here. There's this Michael J. Kramer over here, and he's got this. He's got the chart of the VIX from 2008 in the blue line here, and then you have in the white line our current VIX movements, and it's very eerily similar. The other thing too is that that I want you to note on this chart here is that we started this last hurrah push up a little bit earlier than what it was, what you see here on this chart. What I want you to know about this, though, is there's a big difference because I want you to see that he aligned some certain points in here from 2008 that match up. But I want you to see that the amount of times that the level of 35, the number of 35, which goes right across right here, the amount of times that we have tested 35, which is that breaking point in the market where it's like pretty much it's done deal, market's going down. We have tested that way more often than we did in 2008. You can see in 2008 the numbers never even really got as high as 35. It ran up towards that direction, but never actually got there. The amount of volatility that we have seen in this market is much, much greater, especially look at this one over here in contrast. Lots and lots of volatility in here. I am expecting this run on 35 that I think is coming up to create an all-time high on the VIX. I forget what the all-time high is. It's somewhere, I think it's like 80 something, 85 maybe, 84. I forget what it is, but it was set in 2008. Actually, we could look at it. But I do agree with what is being represented in that picture. All-time high set back here in 2008 was 89.53. I'm expecting this current movement. Look at this. Look at how, I mean, I know there's a lot of crazy lines in here and everything, but what I want you to see is this. I want you to see this point right here that I've drawn from the top of 2008, the secondary touch point to August 28th of 2015, and you can see that there's a break of that point, another test of that point right here in December of 2018. And then COVID breaking through there, and we've never fully recovered. And you have what's shaping up to be almost a cup type shape here. And we've never been able to break back down. Once we've really broken back up above this line here, we have had an attempt to try and break down below that line here, but it's still managing to stay above it. These are heavily elevated levels. You can see even before COVID, we didn't have anything like that. Before 2008, it's not quite as high. There's a few single tests of 35, but the majority of the data is down here around like 30.52. Well, the thick of the data is down here at 24.39, right? The thick of the data for our current movements is probably right around 26.92, 27 versus 24. So we're starting out higher, and this is why I think we're going to see an all-time high here and a breakout very, very soon. In conjunction with this, to kind of support the idea that we're going to have this breakout, which I'm estimating to fall no later than perhaps like the 18th of October. To support this idea, do remember that the VIX is a forecast of the futures. Bitcoin, I believe, is on its last hurrah before breaking down for some more needed collateral to continue to maintain positions in the market, starting in the middle of this month. So I think that the collateral that's earned or not earned, the collateral that is collected will last us, keep the market propped up long enough to last us into the beginning of next month, or the middle of next month, I should say. So watch for this to be the case. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I do think that we're going to see this. Now, I'm not giving any dates on AMC. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I am simply making a case about what our current market system looks like. And it has nothing to do with, I'm not trying to relate this to AMC, although I have mentioned before in the past that AMC will more than likely squeeze when the market, probably just before the market fails or as the market is failing. No. Point Break Thor, I am not suggesting that at all. In fact, I don't do options. Like you said, I don't do options, and I'm not a big fan. So I would not stand behind that statement. I'm not going to. I'm not. I'm not going to stand behind that. Yeah. Sorry. I wish I could. I really wish I could give you an answer to that point break. But you know where I stand on options, and a lot of times I think that I think retail tends to lose. The last time Point Break that I played options was on the VIX, and I made some. They were. I had an opportunity to make a lot of money, and then there was a mistake that occurred where a whole bunch of money was injected into the market that wasn't supposed to be injected into the market, which caused it to absolutely go the other direction. This is back when we saw the candlesticks that were heading upwards, the 4 weeks in a row of upwards momentum. I had some. I had doubled my money. I had doubled my money in the options. I lost. I pretty much lost it all. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like you don't know what the market's going to do. There's very easily they could shut down. They could shut down the VIX on you and say no more trading for close only positions. But good luck on closing them. You know, who's gonna buy? Who's gonna buy it? I don't know. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a really bad idea because you have no idea what the market's going to do. You don't know if you're going to be able to get paid out or not. So I think it's a bad idea. Let's see here. We have 15 minutes before we do market analysis on the numbers for the day today. Let me just check and see if Adam Aaron has posted anything new. Usually you guys are pretty good about letting me know when those posts come out. I have a notification set up on mine, guys. I have my notifications set up to notify me when he says something, but I never get any notifications. I've never understood why that is. Let's see here. I'm gonna check AMC news for the day today. See what kind of trending bashing we have going on here. CNN. Here we go. 21 hours ago, so less than 24 hours ago, CNN says AMC's hype machine can't fix the broken economics of movie theaters. Movie theater chain AMC is I'm not even gonna read that one. That's just silly. Hold on, maybe I will read this. Let me see what they say. Let's see here. Oh, this ought to be good. All right, let's read this. Let's read this FUD. Why not? New York, this is, what is this? CNN. CNN saying movie theater chain AMC is a top pick for meme investors, but the stock hasn't exactly turned out to be the feel good hit of the summer. Really? Shares of AMC were trading around 18 just before the company decided to issue a new class of preferred shares to existing investors in late August. The hope was that the so-called apes who are fans of AMC on Reddit's Wall Street Bets subreddit and other social media sites um, would eat up both stocks like a carton of buttery popcorn. AMC even made the ticker of the new shares Ape in honor of Reddit devotees. Devotees. But since AMC split into two stocks, the combined value of AMC and Ape is hovering near $14. AMC is trading for around 816. Ape is about 520. Do the math, and that's nearly a 25% drop. Ooh, they're mathing over here. 25% drop in just the past few weeks. The price of AMC plus one Ape share is also about 50% below where AMC's stock began in 2022. I love the fact that they're pointing out that it's a 25% drop in just a few weeks, where we've seen these kind of drops like historically, like over and over and over, and they always result in upwards movement as well. But ignore that. Ignore that. We've seen tons of 20%, greater than 25% drops. Sure, it's true that AMC is in better financial shape now than competitors. AMC reported at the end of the second quarter that it had a 1.17 billion in cash and other liquidity on its balance. A fact that Aaron proudly noted in a tweet Wednesday following the news of the Cineworld bankruptcy. Cineworld Regal just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection for. They're quoting Adam Aaron in this next one. Then they say movie fans on that tweet where he's talking about Cineworld. Movie fans also seem willing to go to theaters for truly big blockbuster film events like the long-awaited Top Gun sequel, the latest in the Jurassic World and Marvel franchises, or animated fare for the kids. The box office in the U.S. has rebounded from its depths of 2020 and 2021, but theaters. Uh-oh, I moved it. But theaters now face stiff competition from streaming video. Now we face stiff competition from streaming video. We now. It literally says that. But theaters now face stiff competition from streaming video. Like, was that just invented? What the heck? Hollywood is shifting more movies to platforms like Disney. Wait a minute. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's a lie. Hollywood is shifting more movies to platforms like Disney Plus, Netflix, Paramount Plus, Comcast, own Peacock and HBO Max, which, like CNN, is part of Warner Brothers Discovery. Dude, like Disney literally like said like, okay, we're gonna start releasing movies back into the movie theaters again. They're kind of moving away from the whole like straight to Disney Plus. This is funny. The studios also offer a deluge of original binge-worthy TV shows on these and other services such as Amazon's Prime Video, uh, Apple TV Plus, and Hulu, which is also controlled by Disney. Add all that up, and it's not hard to see why AMC remains in somewhat precarious financial position. The company is expected to report a loss of 638 million this year. That is down from a loss of nearly 1.3 billion in 2021, though, and sales are expected to surge nearly 70% to 4. And sales are expected to surge nearly 70% to 4.3 billion. That's that sounds good. Wait, I'm confused. AMC, to its credit, is taking bold steps to try and boost sales and stock price further, though. The company is now selling its signature popcorn outside of theaters through partnerships with retailers. AMC also made the bold move to invest in a gold and silver mining company earlier this year. At the time, Aaron said that the decision to buy a stake in Hycroft Mining was an example of how AMC is thinking creatively and boldly about our future, adding that Hycroft is just like AMC of a year ago. It too has rock solid assets, but for a variety of reasons has been facing a severe and immediate liquidity issue. But others in the industry seem envious of the fact that AMC has become a pop culture phenomenon. While Cineworld would, of course, have welcomed the liquidity of becoming a meme stock like AMC, we were never so lucky, said Israel Greidinger, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Cineworld, in the company's bankruptcy filing. We were never. He said that? That's kind of sad. That makes me feel bad. While Cineworld would, of course, have welcomed the liquidity of becoming a meme stock like AMC, we were never so lucky. Uh, hmm. That may be just sour grapes or stale popcorn, though. Nobody can accuse Aaron and AMC of throwing up their hands and doing nothing to combat the fact that the economics of the movie theater business have arguably changed forever. Aaron's embraced the apes with open arms. Whether or not that means the stock will rebound is another question entirely. Very interesting piece there. Some accurate information, some not so accurate information. Most of the accurate information was quotes. What? Oh, that's not AMC. I was reading a headline for something it's the other AMC, like AMC Plus or whatever it's called. No other news than that one that's current. The magic numbers that I said that we needed to see was like 866 and 513. 866 for AMC and then 513 for Ape. We're at 518 on Ape and 904. 518? Hold on a second. 519 and 903 on AMC. Let's take a look real quick here because I know we still got 6 more minutes, but I just want to show you guys Ichimoto on these. Just to kind of give you like an idea as to why those numbers are important. On AMC, this becomes a strong buy, and you could see it as of oops, you can see it as of yesterday in the aftermarket hours. And this is on the 1 hour. So there's a couple different points using Ichimoto indicator. You would want to. There's a couple different points at which you would probably decide that you would want to have exit points. So a great entry point would have been when it came out of the cloud, which would have been in the aftermarket hours, right around here, maybe 2000 yesterday. And then exit points usually occur when price touches a couple times on the conversion line, or definitely by the time the price touches the baseline. Um, Also, another indicator for a good selling point is when the lagging line touches the price line. All those are very good indicators. So right now it's struggling to stay above the conversion line. Although the conversion line right now is at 884, we are at 904, which is a little bit above that. But it does show that we on market open we were touching. On Ape, this is we got the signal that we wanted, which was price breaking above the cloud, above the conversion, above the base, conversion line being above the baseline, and the lagging line being above price line back here. But then you saw the conversion line drop below the base. That's not a good thing. But now it's above a base again. It's above the base. Lagging line is above the price line technically right now because it just passed through there. So it becomes a strong buy again at this point. But it's it's you could see some buying pressure coming in here. One of the things that I kind of think is weird is, and I think this is going to be kind of a short run on this on Ape is that we're going straight back into a green cloud here. Normally price likes to move up through red, down through green. So this could be a very short move upwards. But it doesn't necessarily have to move through this side of the green. It could be the other half of the green over here somewhere, wherever the other half of the thinning portion of green is. So I think this might be a little short-lived. It might be a short little burst run up, and then we might see it fall back down. It might fall back down into the cloud again, starting maybe Monday, or it could continue to rise, just depending on how much buying pressure we see today. But it is a buy signal at this point at $5.21. It's definitely a buy. So we could get some additional buying pressure coming in today. $907 was the price that I said that we needed to hit. We got to break through 907 to have a reset of synthetic price failure for AMC. We broke up to 911, but you can see we didn't really punch through it. It is technically a reset since price did drive through 907. Whether or not I'm going to reset this or not will depend on whether this really breaks through it or not. But 907 is the 15% up from our most recent past low. Our most recent past low was $7.89. So I'm going to go ahead and slap 911 in here. which is in 2 days from now. There you got 15.5% increase in price. For me, that's enough to consider it a synthetic price failure reset, especially if it starts to fall in price afterwards. But I really normally, not always, but normally you tend to see more than that when it does drive through. So this would be the first test on 907. You'll see another test that pushes through, likely, but not always. I mean, like I said, it definitely has reset the synthetic price failure by hitting 15% up. It depends, ABC, on whose puts they are. I particularly would like to see those close out of the money because I feel like majority of those are probably institutional puts. And that's my personal feeling, but I know that there's got to be some retail in there as well. The chances are of retail collecting or exercising on those is probably pretty low. So I think I would rather see those close out of the money. But yeah, I think I'd rather see those close out of the money. Point Break Thor says if they were going to say facts about the price going down, then how about adding the short interest, then the lie about streaming? Very frustrating not having any media sources that are reliable. I'm telling you, man, it's not. I don't care which side of the political spectrum you fall on or which news media source that aligns with that spectrum. They're all really crappy. I think I figured it out in like 2006, 2000, right around that. It might have been around 2008. It was right around 2008 that I think I really started kind of feeling like I was being used and abused by media. It was the big abuse. James says, "Good morning, Glenn Miller. Nah, it's a vomit company. So once I get my bread, I want to break up the stupid alphabet CNN company name. It stinks of lies." James doesn't like CNN. I tell you what, you know where I get most of my news from nowadays? Reddit. I really do. Or Google. Google News and Reddit are probably my two biggest sources for news. Just because I feel like Reddit's kind of like the average day person is able to report, and I feel like you get like you have to know what you're reading, whether or not you can rely on it or not, just kind of based off of what you're reading. But um, I kind of prefer to see what the average person's take is on it than the media's. And then the other part to that is Google News. I feel pulls from many different sources and not specifically just one. And so I feel like it gives you like a good spectrum of news. But that's just my personal opinion. But you'll never see me go to Yahoo News. Yahoo News is like going to the Inquirer. So 914 is a new high after having reset synthetic price failures. Let me put it in here. I mean, I'll keep up probably changing this until I don't. Man, I'll tell you what, after 9/11, after 9/11 up until about 2008, I was being I felt like I was being molested by media. I mean, after the fact, I look back on it, I was like, damn it, I lost 7 years of my life to media, and living my life in a way where every single day I was watching the news and couldn't keep my eyes off of what was occurrence. And it really did. And in retrospect, it felt like I was getting molested by media. So, but I learned my lesson after 7 years. It only took a good 7 years of molestation to realize I needed to move on with life. Alrighty, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. It's always good to have extra levels of protection. Now would be a great time to test it out, see if you like it, and if you don't, you can get rid of it. Let's take a look at our numbers. What do we got going on here? Price prediction tally points. I'm behind. There's a three-way tie between Monty, Eric, and Keto. Whoever has the closest average price prediction to the closing price total for AMC and Ape is going to be the winner for the week. I've got 1285 to 1585. Eric has 1301 to 1601. Keto has 1313 to 1613. And Monty has 1292 to 1592. So there's a very narrow gap between the guys. Very, very narrow. In fact, there's only a 9-cent gap between Monty and Eric, and between Eric and Keto is a 12-cent gap. So I mean, they're neck and neck. It's more than likely the guys on the outside edges are going to end up being the winner unless Eric nails it right in the head. The average price would have to be, or the combined price of AMC and Ape would have to be 1451 for Eric to win. Somewhere around 1451. Right now it's currently at 1367. So more than likely I'm kind of expecting. Oh wait, that's not the average. Is that the average price? Hold on a second here. I'm on the 1 minute. Why isn't this updating? Let me re-update. I think I might be wrong here on price. I'm looking at a chart on TradingView for this combined price, and for some reason it looks like the chart wasn't updating. And it also looks like I'm not getting any internet connection. I may have lost you guys. Did I lose you? Or is it just TradingView? Anybody else having TradingView problems? Yeah, because I still have you guys, so I have good internet connection. I just refreshed TradingView and there's nothing coming through, so I'm wondering now if it's TradingView that I'm having problems. Well, let me take the average price from Webull. Let's see, we got 90, so 14. I gotta look back and forth. 1426. 1426 is the price, so it's close. Huh? I don't know why TradingView is not updating. Can you guys check into TradingView for me and see if any of you guys are having problems? Okay, my TradingView is working. Mac and B says. Okay, so it's just me. Not sure why that's having a problem. Very strange. Yep, every single TradingView page that I'm trying to load up is failing. Weird. All right, I don't know why it's not working for me, but whatever. Moving on. Let's take a look at the rest of these numbers. Starting with off exchange. Actually, we're going to run through all the numbers this first time for the day. True Demons, MOASS, trigger indicators. Oh, Yeah, I already said their prices. Short exempt volume is 122.5 thousand shares. That's about 100,000 less than what it was yesterday. Utilization is day number 148 days, 148 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Guys, if anybody else is reporting 148 straight trading days of utilization, let me know. I'll tell you why later. Just let me know. It's a secret. Day, day over day price increase was increased by 2.98%. Max pain for the day today is at 1050. What I'll say about that is we start out the week at 1350, it dropped down to 12 on Wednesday, down to 11 yesterday, and then today it's at 1050, but we're nowhere near that. So there could be a little bit of a gamma potential on AMC 1. We'll see how that works out. I don't know what a gamma would look like on a combined stock ticker, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Taking a look at off exchange data, 44% is what I would expect to see in off exchange, and about 10 to 11 in EDGX by this time of the morning. On AMC, we have 50.63%, and EDGX is really super high at 14.16. For a combined total of 64.79%, those numbers are definitely high. Taking a look at Ape, same numbers apply, 44 and 10 to 11. We have 56.04 and 13.06 for a combined total of 69, nice, 0.1% of our volume going through those off exchanges. Super high numbers for this time of the morning. Heavy price suppression being seen on our current run-ups. Taking a look at institutional ownership, yesterday it was 154.565 million shares. It's still the same amount today. I just refreshed it, and it looks like we're still reporting the same thing. Yep, same thing. Taking a look at Ortex. Ortex data over here. Actually, before I take a look at Ortex, let me move something around. And give me just a second. Alrighty, taking a look at Ortex data in the top right hand side of the screen. So far for the day today, it looks like we're getting 3.62 million shares having been borrowed so far for AMC. Usually in the past, I used to say you'd see fireworks on AMC when it was over 3 million either borrowed or returned. Or maybe it was 4 million. I can't remember if it was 3. Maybe it was 4 million. So we're getting really close to that number. I don't know that really holds true as much as it used to, but it used to be we would see fireworks anytime there was borrowing, heavy borrowing going on when or returning, even heavy returning as well. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 21.9%. Cost of borrow averages at 22.65. Shares on loan right now is 196.04 million shares. That's not really any change on loan amount day over day. Still showing that 100% utilization. On Ape, we have so far 9.6 thousand shares having been borrowed. That's not really gonna do anything to this short share interest of the free float, which is showing 8.98%. Cost of borrow is 9.8%. That's about 2% lower than what we've been seeing usually. Shares on loan for the day today is 47.35 million shares. That is a 2 million share, I think it was decrease. Yeah, 2 million share decrease day over day. I write a negative number next to it here. And that's all short interest. So 2 million in short interest returned day over day on Ape. 88.64 is utilization. I'll show you guys the numbers here. We'll chart it out here in just a minute. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of, lots of volume today on AMC 1. These are the combined prices. A lot of options being purchased today. Tons. at a $15 strike price on AMC 1, which is down from 17 from yesterday. 17 was the high. Today there's 2,000, almost two. I'm just gonna say 2.1 thousand contracts. That's a lot compared to what we've been seeing. On puts, it's up to $14 for the highest amount of volume, and it's got a significant amount of volume as well, with 1.2 thousand contracts. We haven't been seeing this kind of volume as much throughout the day. I think last Friday we might have had high volume for Friday as well. This might be hedging. This might be last day hedging for the week. Here's your utilization at 148 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, slight increase day over day, but not enough for me to really count. It went from 195.96 to 196.04. On loan average age per day rising. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to run those errands here in about 30 minutes, probably a little bit less. So I'm gonna get through these numbers here, and probably be taking off shortly thereafter. But I will be gone for a little bit here, guys. But taking a look at the rest of the data, we've got on loan average age per day did increase still from 40.85 to 41.48. Estimated short share interest of the free float didn't change a whole lot. It went from 21.54 to 21.55. Security lending volume was slightly down day over day from 15.58 million shares to 10.51 million. On Ape, our on loan amount decreased by 2 million shares. On loan average age per day is kind of leveling off right now. It went from 88.88 to 88.87. Excuse me. Estimated short share interest of the free float still heading down, 9.58 to 9.19. Obviously, as they return shares, it's going to go down lower. Security lending volume and the reason it's going down lower is because every share right now that's being loaned is short interest. Security lending volume 21.39 to 20.74, so a little bit less security lending volume day over day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in 20th with 67% buys to 33% sales. AMC is in 28th with 57% buys to 43% sales. I like to see 60-40 or better, so it's a little low on AMC buy orders. And Ape is currently 30th, most heavily traded stock with 67% buys to 33% sales. So low volume means less orders. And we definitely have low volume. SSR triggers at $7.78 for AMC for the day today. I did not calculate out Apes. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they had borrowed. How much did they borrow earlier? Earlier this morning they borrowed about 350,000 shares. Looks like they've borrowed another 100,000 cents. So 450,000 shares so far for the day today. The fees have gone from 20.3 to 19.9%. NASDAQ is up 1.55, Dow Jones is up 0.94, the S&P 500 is up 1.11. We currently have a market that is cooking with bacon grease because it tastes good. 5,200 advancers to 1,472 decliners. We have VTI at 1.22 up. IWD is up 1.06. Tesla's up 2.17. Amazon is up 1.68. Cinemark is up 2.88. Doge is up 4.27. Bitcoin is up 8.94. GME is up 6.7. HYMC is up 6.36. Hood is up 4.51. NCMI is down 0.45. Ape is up 1.97. And AMC is up 6.34%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC currently has $3 million more roughly in inflow than outflow. And 7.22 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After, let's see, I guess 55 minutes. We're going to say 55 minutes. 54 minutes. What are we going to say? No, it's 10 minutes. 10, 50, we're going to call it 49 minutes. We're on pace for 57.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 30 to 50 million. I might be on the low or the high side on this one. We did have additional volume showing up in pre-market this morning that suggested to me I could raise it instead of predicting 10 to 30, that I could raise it to 30 to 50. We'll see if that supports as the day continues on. On the hourly for AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure slightly, with RSI at 69.39, almost signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.18, signaling overbought. On Ape, we have $400,000 more roughly in outflow than inflow, 2.01 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 50 minutes trading. 15.67 million shares is the pace that we're on. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day today. I still think that that's reasonable. Very reasonable. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.78. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 61.25, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.9, which is above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto, I know I just showed it just before I started all this, but just going to show it one more time. We do have conversion line above baseline. We are above the cloud, and the lagging line is above the price line. This is a buy for day/swing traders. This is a buy signal right here. So if they wanted to try, and it actually would have been a buy signal starting last night. No, that's this morning. Wait, yeah, that's this morning. This sometime early this morning in pre-market. It's looking like a very short-term buy signal though. On AMC, on the other hand, we have much stronger sentiment going on here. Very nice trend upwards through the cloud. We have conversion line above baseline, price above conversion, and lagging line is above price line. So this is, and it doesn't even look like it's going to be coming over to, its lagging line is as high as the price is. It hasn't dipped, at all. So this is looking much more bullish than Ape is. However, the green cloud is forming in the near future, so it could again also be a very short-term run on this. But from a day trading perspective, this is a definite a buy at this moment. 923 is the high on our price so far. Let me enter in my data for synthetic price failures. So we could get a synthetic price failure now at this point. If that were to occur, price could drop down to as low as a synthetic price failure would start at $6.35 on AMC. So far, we're up 17% from the bottom. Let's take a look at Ape real quick and make sure I'm on track on that one. I've got a high of $5.29. I do believe we're still tracking new highs on this one. New highs or Let me see where we're at. No, we're still tracking new lows. We broke this. I think on Ape we broke. I think we broke the trend. 551. Nope, not quite. Let me move my. I don't think I had a. I don't think I had the marker in the right spot here. Let me just go back and check my history here real quick and make sure I've got the data correct. What low did we hit last? 480 is the last low I'm showing. I may have not tracked the low from 2 days ago, or oh, we're tracking. We had hit a high of 570. Okay, that's what it is. We hit a high of 570. I was tracking for new lows to see if we were going to hit a synthetic price failure, which we've never have, because we would have hit it at $4.59. Yesterday, it attempted to get down there. It was down here. We never got down to tripping a synthetic price failure, so we're still tracking new highs, but we haven't broke anything higher than 570. So we're either tracking new highs or a synthetic price failure trigger, one of the two. Does look like we might be on an ascending parallel channel on AMC. Let me just chart this out and see if that's the case. Yeah, it kind of looks like we're on an ascending parallel channel. So we could potentially see some. This should be a bearish breakout when it does go down. Oftentimes I see resistance Fibonacci retracements as breakout points to where you'll see some consolidation that occurs and it never actually is able to break through that next level. That level would be at $9.21. We've tested it a couple times. You may see this breakout going down, kind of like in a point like right in here. If it can't break through 921, it could break down. And I would watch the market to see what the market's going to do here as it's leading up to a point to where it's breaking. See if the market's heading up still or down. If the market suddenly starts turning the other direction, you'll know which way it's going to probably go. And as far as Ape goes, this one's a little more difficult. I see what appears to be a pretty obvious level of resistance at around $5.24. That seems to be repeating itself quite heavily in the charts here. You can see multiple times here. It's resisted. Here it's resisted. Tried to break through here and fell back down through it. And then again, not finding support above 523. So I'm going to go ahead and draw a line there. I think that is a key point that we need to try and break through. I would watch. I see a little bit of what may be a cup. I would watch for a handle on this. If this is a little bit of a cup here that we got going on here, and ignore some of this crap in here. Let's see if I get what happens when I get rid of the extended. It's really hard to see without keeping the extended hours in there. But I do feel like I see a little bit of a cup kind of pattern showing up here. If price moves back down to half the distance of this, and I would say that the top of the cup is probably about that 523 range, bottom's around 501. So just figure on like 511. If price drops back down to 511, then starts skyrocketing, you'll know where it's heading to. It's gonna be uh, at 11 cents to 523. So it'll skyrocket to 530, 535. Yeah, skyrocket. But just kind of watch for that. That's a possibility here. Because price could definitely fall down to that like 511 range and not necessarily break through this. I'm gonna, for the meantime, draw a box right around here and say maybe a possible breakout here. All right. I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Sub has the boss says, "Where is everybody today?" I don't know. It seems about like the average amount of people that I normally have. It just maybe people are less talkative. Just to throw it out there in case you guys haven't, if you haven't taken a look at it yet, but my red green chart, um, we had a green day on Thursday. The chance of having a green day today is only 16% chance, which means that if we have a green day today, excuse me, we beat the odds. And so you could see a trend reversal, right? That's the whole reason why I look at this. Like what have we done over the last year, and are we doing something different? Because 16% of the time is not a lot. So if only 16% of the time that we have green days on Thursdays, that we end up having a green day on Friday, uh, if that doesn't tell you that we're having a trend reversal, then I don't know what does. I know we had a trend reversal yesterday because normally we had a green day on. Wait, did we have green or red on? Hold on a second, I don't remember what we had. Let me look back here. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yes, it does matter. What did we have on Wednesday? Was Wednesday the 7th? It was. On the 7th, we had a green day. So green day on Wednesday gives us a 12% chance, one of the worst chances we have at having a green day, and we had a green day yesterday. So that to me is a trend reversal for the last year's worth of data. The chances of having a green Thursday leading into a green Friday is a 16% chance. So a 2-day trend reversal, I think, is significant. Oh, sorry. Oh no, yeah, it's supposed to be on. It's on double charts now. Maybe it wasn't when you said that, Nasir. Sorry about that. Has AMC already made 2 billion off Ape so far, Casey? No, AMC have not made any money off of Ape. Oh, wait. Double chart. Got it. Sorry. Got it. My bad. Super bad. I didn't understand what you meant by double charts. Sorry. Steven says, let's watch Ape and Ape. Sorry about that. I got it when Steven said, let's watch Ape and Ape. Took me a second there. Appreciate that. Thanks for mentioning it. Let's see here. Yo says, Casey, in terms of harmonics, which do you prefer, natural or pinch? Um, I'm actually not sure what you're referencing, so let me look that up real quick. I'm not familiar with that term, or I might not be recognizing it. Let me just look and see what it is you're talking about, so I can familiarize myself. I'm gonna my instinctive thought was to say natural. After reading the difference in uh, um, mm, yeah, I'm gonna go with natural harmonics. I didn't realize it's hard for me to switch subjects like that real fast, yo. I thought you might have been talking about music, but I wasn't 100% sure if that was like some kind of trading terminology I hadn't heard of before. So I had to go look up and see. But yeah, I think I prefer natural harmonics. They resonate better in my mind. I'm I'm a true lover of classical music. Um, and I think you have much more natural harmonics in that kind of music than you do in say like rock or whatever. So, Mass, good morning to you. I love how Mass just drops in to say hi. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Safe travels to work, sir. I hope he hears that. I don't know if he did, but Tom says 2.2 billion over the past 2 years by selling new shares to enthusiastic investor base who call themselves apes. Ah, that's where that's coming from. Okay. Let me go back up here and reread that other question. Because let me see who said it. It was, has AMC already made 2 billion off of Ape so far, Casey? I guess I don't see the correlation though. Like why Ape? Like because Tom's saying 2.2 billion over the past 2 years selling new shares. They didn't sell any Ape shares. So but they made I feel like they made much more than 2.2 billion. They made, I want to say it's over or just about 5 billion if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's three point something, right? Didn't they make 3 point something billion in share sales? I'm pretty sure they did. I think it was like 3.1 or 3.2. Yeah, Mass was still here. You heard it. Sweet. Have a great day. Don't have a good day, Mass. Have a great day. Drive safe. Drive safe out there. All right, so we did break up to newer highs above. We managed to punch through $9.21 on AMC. So that was good. We didn't get a breakout there. We didn't consolidate and break out. Um, Acapella. I love acapella music. Yes, I absolutely love acapella music. But I think more what Yo was asking. I think it was Yo that asked the question about harmonics. I think he's talking about more about guitar playing. And what I would, well, I mean, I think there's just more beautiful sounds in natural harmonics than in pinch harmonics. I've never called them pinch harmonics though. It's kind of weird to me calling it that because I would have just called it um, so one of the ways that you play I guess unnatural harmonics is that you can create a new harmonic. Actually, it depends if you're playing an electric guitar or not. If you're playing an electric guitar, you can almost create harmonics almost anywhere on the fretboard, just because of the sensitivity of the guitar and what it picks up. But on a acoustic guitar, um, there are very it's much harder to do, but you can still do it. There's ways to create unnatural harmonics, I guess, which are called pinch harmonics. I've never called it that before, but just by simply placing your fingers on the fretboard in a way that creates a new harmonic position. Um, but then you can also kind of sort of play harmonics without doing that anywhere on the guitar, but it doesn't sound quite as good on a like a uh, classical or a um, steel string guitar. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still staying on natural. I think natural harmonics are more beautiful. They ring better. They have a more pure sound, and it's just it sounds good. I like it. Shimmer, that's what it sounds like, but Adam Aaron, I don't see any reason to believe that Adam Aaron sold shares into the market. If he did, at least within 4 days after, he would have to file, within 4 days, he would have to file an 8K that would say that he had done it. So whenever you think it is that he may have sold shares into the market, 4 days later, we should have had an 8K released telling us that that happened. So not sure. You guys got me thinking like I better go check the news. Like, was there some kind of release I didn't know about? Hold on a second here. I'm looking. I can just see that happening. Casey, what do you think about the $2 billion AMC just made off of apes? I'll be like, he didn't do that, and then it's like there's a AK filing. It's like I get notifications on my phone anytime AMC does filings, so I usually find out before most people. I don't have to look for it. I just get the notification instantly. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering if that was like a second order or third order harmonics. You're getting all technical on me. I have no idea. Well, first order would be the 12th fret, right? I'm assuming because it's a division of half of the string. Then I guess second order would be what is it, a third or eighth or something? Probably a third. What is it, sixth fret or something like that, right? That would probably be second order, and then third. So obviously the first order would probably be the most beautiful, which would be the halving of the string, or if that is even a thing. I don't even know. I'm guessing what first, second, and third orders are. Yeah, I trained with a guy named Fred Benedetti in San Diego, California, who was classically had some classical training with Andre Segovia. So I got the rough down version of Andre Segovia. But let me tell you right now, Fred Benedetti was an amazing guitarist. Is an amazing guitarist. So, but that was only for like a year. I think Adam Aaron was really clear in his message to us about, he wanted tons of money. He didn't say I want, to try and make his okay. So we broke. Sorry, I'm sidetracked here. $5.23. We broke through that on Ape. We did print a TD9 on the way up, but we did not hit my Bollinger Band. Doesn't mean the price can't come back down now. With a TD9 print here, you might see it return back to the simple moving average, which is still above that line. So we did break through much earlier than I would have anticipated. It looks like the market's getting a pretty good run today. Pretty decent run. The interesting thing, the interesting thing that I find happening right now, guys, is take a look at HYMC. It's still moving up with the market moving up. What does that tell you? That should tell you something kind of interesting. I hope that means something to you guys because it means something to me. Anybody for fake a fake high five? What does it mean to you? The HYMC is running up when the market's running up. It should tell you at least two things. Yeah, on an electric EO, they can be done anywhere. That's what I was saying earlier. Actually, they can be done anywhere on any guitar. You just have to know how to do it. But the natural harmonics don't occur on every single string. I think the naturals are like four. I'd have to have a guitar in front of me, but I know 12 is one of them because it's a halving of the string, and then you've got like probably fret 6 and fret 8. I don't remember those kind of things. I gotta have the guitar in front of me. The question is how many can you, Fred Benedetti, that same guy that I was telling you guys about, one time in our classroom, he played on a piano with the sustain pedal going. He turned on the sustain pedal on the piano and he played one note in the bass, and then asked us to identify how many harmonic notes we heard on top of that. What other notes could we hear resonating on top of that bass note that he was playing? And I think I got five. Most people were getting like two or three, but I got five. So it just depends on what you can hear and what you can't hear. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of hearing damage since then. A lot of hearing damage, so I doubt I have that kind of ability anymore. I have mild case of tinnitus already. I'm only 46 and I already have a little tinnitus going on. Rum Taco, how's it going, man? Taco time. Did you see the Twitter on HYMC with Caterpillar sounds like excavation began? I have not. Yeah, it's not real bad. I'm Sofa King. It's not bad yet. It comes and goes. I'm really not looking forward to the day where it is always constantly there. I can imagine it would drive a person insane. Yeah, tinnitus is not your friend. I only it usually it comes. It's like a really strong ring, and it usually fades away after probably about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and then it's gone like completely. So, and it doesn't happen all the time. It's like maybe once a day, maybe. Part of it really started getting bad when I started wearing these headphones. So I'm sure these headphones aren't helping. The strange part to me though is that these headphones I don't really have a whole lot of sound and they're not loud. I refuse to wear anything that goes in my ears, listen to it very loud. Have you heard Wolfie Van Halen? Rick Beato talked about nature nurture when he made a video on Wolfie at Taylor Hawkins tribute at Wembley. He sounds like Eddie. I have not. Huh. I have not seen him. Interesting. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm Sofa. I'm Sofa. Sofa. I'm just gonna call you Sofa, or I'll call you King. Let's go. I'm gonna call you King. King, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I can only imagine because I only get it part of the time and it sucks. Casey, 24 minutes ago, Sen World asking 785 million financial aid for the movie theater. Does this mean good for AMC possibly? I don't know. It's a good question. Could be something good. Ooh, Charisma, that sucks, man. Man, what? Oh, dang, that is so weird. Tinnitus just kicked in on my left ear. Oh, that's so weird. Wait, I'll tell you when it ends. Let's time this. I've never timed it before to see how long it lasts for. I think it was about 45 seconds after. It kicked in really, really hard on my left ear. It's very mild now, so it's like what, 20 seconds? I'll tell you when it stops. That was really weird. I don't think I've ever had it happen when I'm sitting here talking before. It's still very, very mild. We're going on almost 45 seconds now. Sometimes I wonder if it's like the pressure of the headset resting on my ears that's causing that to happen. AMC has no respect for RSI. Laugh out loud. I'm here for it. Yeah, let me tell you, you're not wrong. AMC broke out of the descending parallel channel. That's not very often that you see an ascending parallel channel break out going up. Usually when that happens, that's due to you'll see it break up and then head on a new ascending parallel channel at a steeper value. And typically when I see that happen, it means that it's on the backside of a cup and handle pattern. But let me scroll back out here and just see where we're at. I don't see anything that looks like a cup and handle. Uh, I don't think. I mean, I was talking about there possibly being a cup right here, I think, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I don't care. Ape is at $5.30, up 0.362, and AMC is up 8.51% at $9.38. All right, I think I'm gonna have to head out here, guys, pretty soon. That's pretty cool, Harry Parrott. I have not had a chance to hear him. I'll have to check it out. It's still ringing, by the way. I think I'm on 2 minutes now. Nobody answered the question earlier. I didn't see anybody answer the question about HYMC. HYMC is up 6.57%. What does it tell you? What does it for anybody for extra credit points? Fake points. Wait, I used to read this stuff all the time. Where is it? I've got some of these listed in here somewhere. I used to say, like, whose line is it anyway? Kind of things like, welcome to AMC and ADD, where price doesn't matter. Where did I can't find any of my notes on this stuff. I used to say this like all the time. Price doesn't matter and points aren't worth anything. For extra credit points, anybody on why HYMC would be moving up in price when the market's moving up. Okay, so I'm gonna give Neo. There is two good answers. Two good answers is that it's a sympathy play. That is one of the answers. There's one other good answer that I think would also help to identify why. Jeff says, "Have you tried open back headphones?" I've never. No, I have not. Not PPT. That's not the. Nope, that's not it. Not pot. Well, um, no, that's not it either. Okay, Arthur Martin, you're on the right track. Price of metals are going up, but why? Why would the price of metals be going up when the market is heading up? Why? Why would commodities be going up in value? Mm, I don't like war as an answer. Let's not go there yet. Let's not go there yet. But yeah, why would commodities be going up with market moving upwards? Tom D made me laugh, man. That was a straight up COVID laugh right there, man. Because of China. That's it. That is the answer. No, that is not the answer. It's not because of China. But thanks for bringing that up because that's funny, man. Oh man, that's really funny. That's good stuff right there. Way to bring that back around, Tom. For those of you that weren't here earlier, apparently Bitcoin is having drop in value because of China. It's all China's fault. That's the reason. But anyway, but at any rate, that is not the reason. It's not because of China. I'll tell you what, you guys aren't because they're finite supply and high. No. All right. So here's what it here's the reason. Here's the reason why. It's because the run on the market isn't real. The run that you're seeing right now in the market is not real, and that there's investors out there who are still investing in commodities because they know where the market's going to be moving to in the future. That's why you're still seeing a run. Part of it is a little bit because it's a sympathy play, but also a lot of it is if you go and you look at commodities across the board, what's happening with commodities? Are they heading up or are they heading down? I'm not even looking. I'm not even looking. I don't even know what's happening to commodities right now. But my guess is that they're probably heading up. Metals and mining up 2.71. Coal's up 3.2. Energy, energy and these commodities that do so well when markets have problems are heading up. What does that tell you? It tells you that this movement on the price on the market is not forever. It's not forever. Somebody knows. Somebody knows what's in the future and they're preparing. I hadn't even looked at it yet. You guys, everything you see on your screen is what I'm looking at. If I'm not looking at it, then you guys, I can't see it if you guys are getting both of my screens out of this. So there's no way I can pull it up and look at it. Fiat currencies is worthless. Oh, you just wait, Pro Jeweler. You just wait. You rich son of a bitch. Pro Jeweler. Pro Jeweler over here, the guy that's got hard assets. No asset no asset bubbles over there with Pro Jeweler. He's gonna be rolling it over there. Uh, or his company is. All right, it's 10 o'clock, guys. I'm gonna run through the numbers. Maybe I can get through the numbers real quick here before I gotta go. Let's see what's happening with our numbers. Nope, I'm gonna have to go. Be right back. I'm gonna have to come back, guys. I gotta go run. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to give you the updates for right now. I'm gonna have to take off for a little bit here. Let me get back to you guys, but I'll put some music on for you while I'm gone, and enjoy the run.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and sorry about that. Sorry for leaving you guys hanging there for a little bit there. I know I missed the 10 o'clock numbers, but I had to get that done there. So appreciate you guys hanging in. Let's take a look at what we got going on. So I haven't updated numbers in 2 hours. So let's see what we have. I'm going to log into my broker real quick. Two-factor authentication, you might want to get it. It'll help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Now would be a great time to test it out. Two-factor authentication, see if it's something you can live with. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other screen. My cable's all... Hold on a second, guys. I gotta fix my mic. There we go. Need a little extra slack there. I used to work with a guy. His password was Slack Bastard. I just thought that was kind of an interesting password to have. Slack Bastard. Alrighty. Let's take a look at off exchange. Hold those comments for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, because I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Off exchange was 50.63 2 hours ago, 14.16 for the EDGX. Let's see what those are at now. 57.08 and 12.78 for EDGX for a grand total of 69.86. Nice. I would expect that if there was heavy amounts of off exchange or price suppression, you would tend to see us in the 70% range. Now, I know we're real close, we're borderline here, but it doesn't seem like the suppression of price is happening at a exponentially high amount to me. 69, nice. This is just nice. It's higher than normal. It's not really nice, but 69. But let's take a look at Ape. On Ape, we got 58.89, and EDGX is at 12.6. Oops, what did I just do there? 58.89 and 12.6. 71.49%. Basically, 71.5% of our volume is going through those two off exchanges. Now, that is high. We would probably see more price discovery if there was less off exchange trades being made. Taking a look at AMC, amount of borrowed change. An hour ago, 2 hours ago rather, it was 3.62 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.27, which is going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 21.71%. Cost to borrow averages at 22.68. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 196.04 shares. 196.04 million shares, and that's pretty much a dead even number from the previous day, so not a whole lot of change there. Taking a look at Ape, you don't know how difficult it is for me to switch between saying AMC and Ape. There's been a return of 8.21 million. There was hardly any change 2 hours ago. There's been a return of 8.21 million shares. That is going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 7.6%. Cost of borrow averages at 9.8. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 47.35 million shares. You can tell there's a big push to return shares right now. It definitely seems like that's the case. Let's take a look at options. Highest amount of volume on AMC 1 is at a $15 strike. There was a heavy amount of options earlier this morning. It doesn't seem to have changed a whole lot. It was 2.136 thousand contracts. 2,136 contracts is how much is there now. Earlier this morning, it seems like there was a whole bunch of puts at a $14 strike price for AMC 1, and there was 1.2 thousand contracts, still 1.2. So not a whole lot of change in those values, but that was definitely a large amount of calls and puts being created at a $14 and $15 strike price. If you take a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we currently have 1486, 1485 being the price. There could be some call options that ended up going in the money here for AMC 1 volume that was created today, as a matter of fact. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is trading 17th most heavily traded stock with 65% buys and 35% sales. Let's see here. AMC is currently traded 28th with a 48% buy to 52% sell ratio. So we have a higher sell to buy ratio right now. Not the best thing in the world, but with low volume, it's not a terrible thing either. Ape being 30th most heavily traded stock with 64% buys to 36% sales. We'll take a look at here and see what kind of sales are going on and who's doing the selling here. We'll probably see a little bit better on Monday, but we will try to figure it out. Shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker, which by the way $7.78 was SSR tripping point for AMC. Does appear that in the last 2 hours they borrowed another 50,000 shares. That puts us at 500,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 19.9%. NASDAQ is up 1.6, Dow Jones is up 0.86, and the S&P 500 is up 1.09. There's currently 5,040 advancers to 1,746 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon because it tastes like goodness. VIX is down 2.67. VTI is up 1.2. IWD is up 0.97. Tesla's up 2.77. Amazon is up 1.57. Cinemarket up 1.83. Doge is up 3.94. Bitcoin is up 9.79. GME is up 7.94. HYMC is up 3.9. Hood is up 5.15. NCMI is down 1.82. Ape is up 5.09. And AMC is up 9.59%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have about $500,000 more in inflow. 18.13 million shares having been traded so far through this day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 157 minutes of trading. We're on pace for about 45.06 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 to 50 million shares traded. So we're on pace for that, but we're kind of lagging behind a little bit. You can see volume kind of struggled a little bit as everywhere between like 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard to pretty much the 11 o'clock hours kind of sucked in volume. On the 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.79, which is above signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.16, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is signaling 61.56, which is above average. It's cooled off a little bit on the smaller time scale, time interval, but not enough really for the 30-minute or the hourly. There is more buying pressure than selling pressure on a 5-minute interval. On Ape, we have roughly $200,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 4.5 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 11.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today, so looks like we're on target for my prediction. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.62, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure, heavy amounts of buying pressure in contrast to selling pressure with RSI at 70.07, which is signaling overbought. And And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.64, which is almost signaling overbought. Very, very above average. So let's talk about something. 5.38% or $5.38 on Ape. Let me take you back to the other screen here. Ape. Hold on a second. Let me pull something up here. Take you that page. Remember my on loan average age per day indicator that I love, that really kind of triggers when a price increase is incoming? The day that triggered was August 26th. 15 business days. We are on business day number 10. 15 business days is typically how long it's anywhere between 0 and 15 business days is about when you will start seeing price start rising, based off of a bottoming of that number. And we've had a very solid trend up here. We've actually had, as I represented earlier before, we've had one significant drop, two significant drops in this. We may be looking at a third. I think actually this might be a third. Yeah, this is a third. So we've had one significant drop, two significant drops in that value, and then the third significant drop in that value. If we scroll back and we look back prior to June, there was, I guess that you could say there was three significant drops here as well. It wasn't trending downwards. There was a significant drop, 1, 2, 3 before a big, huge push. You can see after the first significant drop right here, there was the January run-up. If you come over and you look at current period of time, the first significant move beyond the first trough, this is the very first time this dipped down here. It found the lowest low before moving back up higher, was June 13th. June 13th of 2022 to this first rise in price to the height would have been August. So 2 months roughly transpire between. If we go back in history and look at this one, the 3 tiers occurred. It found the bottom on this first one right around February. So it was much more prolonged before actually seeing big price movements upwards. So I wouldn't say that what we're doing right now looks exactly like this. In fact, I feel like it looks a little bit different. It looks like the first two portions where you have movement down, movement further down. So what we would really need to see is seeing this number right here, the on loan average age per day, start shooting up to higher than these highs over here where we're at 100 days on average age. And that could actually happen pretty quickly. It can shoot up pretty fast depending on how old the loans are. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Max pain was $10, I believe, for the day today. Oh, you're right, 1050. My bad. 1050 is correct. Roseanne, how's it going? Good to see you. Myself, it kind of does make sense. In order for a market to be made, there has to be liquidity, right? And if a market's illiquid and then all of a sudden shares start making it back into the market, it's going to help to drive price up. I know it sounds completely counterintuitive to what it is that you would think would happen, But it's kind of along the premise and we're getting some barcoding, very heavy barcoding right now on Ape. But it kind of fits the premise of what it is that I had mentioned to Tony Denaro and Froggy Styles when we were talking. The very first time that I ever got on a live stream with both those two guys together. Afterwards, when we got done, it was the Sunday before the Friday that Lou had told everybody that they needed it. The weekend that he told everybody they needed to start selling their shares. In fact, I can go back and probably tell you the exact date just by looking at the chart. If we go back and we look at it, it would have been the 20th. It was the 20th. That it was March 20th. If you go back and you look on March 20th, I'll bet you'll find Tony's got a live stream with Froggy, me, and himself. I think it was. It might have. I'm pretty sure it was with Tony. I think Tony was the one live streaming it. Maybe not. I could be wrong. But anyways, if you go back and you look, March 20th would have been the day. And afterwards, we got done with the live stream, and I told Froggy and in private, I told Froggy and Tony, I said, guys, if Lou convinces enough people to sell shares, the price is going to start rocketing, and they're going to get left behind. That tends to be what happens when shares make it back into the market. But see, the thing is that we don't have to sell shares in order for that to happen. It's just that is a consequence of shares making it back into the market. Uh, what we really want to have happen is we want to have institutions selling their shares. Those are the guys that should be doing the work, not us. So they should be really the ones that are buying and selling and doing what's required or needed to drive price upwards. So that's I won't argue about it one way or the other, but with you guys. But sure enough, the very next day, we started skyrocketing in price as people were selling off shares. James is asking why is Ape stock barcoding so heavily, and it's because there's no liquidity. You can't make a market when you don't have any shares to trade back and forth, and so they can't make a market. There's nothing to trade. They don't have anything to move shares around. There's nothing there. If they borrowed some more shares, then they could probably start trading again. But they would have to find shares to borrow. So far for the day to day, they've returned, according to Ortex, they've returned 8.21 million shares so far for the day today. So I would suggest that it's just simply because of the fact that there's just no shares left to trade. Pam, you remind me of the kind of person that can't sit still for very long, so I can totally understand why that would be the case. Our total price between, AMC and Ape is 1486. I thought Monty was going to win for the day today, but it's actually starting to turn out like Keto's going to pull the win off here. Grandpa Barney loves you, Pam. No FOMO. I'm totally going to start using that from now on because it's like it's okay because it's not being insensitive. No FOMO. No FOMO, but he loves you. I love it. That's so much better than what I was saying before. Who was the one that said that? Who was the person that said no FOMO? I don't know who said that, but you're a genius. Let's see if I can get an idea where we're heading to in price on where did this line come from? Oh, I know where that came from. Wait, no, I don't know where that came from. Where'd that line go? I didn't just Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, that line was off. Let's see where we are headed. So it looks like we might be struggling a little bit with 957. Looks like it's the next point on which we need to break through. Looks like we have a little bit of consolidation going on. You might be able to make a case for a pennant. I don't have a good bottom point here. Oh, actually, maybe I do. No, I don't. Maybe I do. I don't know. Let's see. Son of a gun. Yeah, I don't. Let me just take this down to a 5-minute chart. Is this a pennant? $16 bars. Actually, it does look like it could potentially be a pennant, which could be moving shortly upwards again. Actually, no, it's gone just a little bit beyond how long it needs to be for a pennant. If this was a pennant, it should have broke past this level of resistance right here by now. And it's going a little bit too long. So maybe either it needs more consolidation, and it'll end up breaking out some more upwards, or we got something else going on here. So not really sure, but I don't think this is a pennant yet, or at all. No FOMO was Diaz. All right, cool. I gotta remember to give Diaz some credit for that. I love you too, Pam. No FOMO. Prometheus, have a great day to you. Don't have a good weekend, Prometheus. Have a great weekend. Danny, how's it going, man? Pantheon is in the house. No FOMO did come. Yeah, Diaz is responsible for the no FOMO. I like it. I think it's more it's more political. It's more. What do you call that? It's not politically correct. It's something else correct. It's I don't know what to call that. What is that? It's more socially acceptable. I don't know what to call it. Backyard Boogie, how's it going? Howdy to you. Are you Backyard Boogie? Are you here in the state of Texas? I almost said country, the country of Texas. You know what I think is going to be one of the hardest things to have happen is having Adam Aaron be silent. Having Adam Aaron be silent through price movement upwards is going to be painful. Because I know I think we would all love to see him posting things like, "How about them apples?" or or like my favorite recipe in my cookbook for crow is page number what's like a big fu to other people. uh, my favorite recipe in my crow cooking book is page number, what would be a big fu sign? I don't know. 99. 99, page 99. Oh, Danny says Adam Aaron should say choke on them cockles. That would be, 69, but see, 69 doesn't seem like a worse rim tack because you're like getting a favor for a favor, you know? Like that doesn't seem like the right one. Uh, but yeah, I think that saying something like choke on them cockles would be perfect. I would love to. Can you imagine him saying choke on those cockles? Oh my gosh, that would be perfect. Would love that. And dedicate it to bless their little hot hearts. Choke on them cockles. That would be good. That's cool. No problem. Backyard. Pennsylvania is cool too. So I'm gonna tell you guys. I guess I feel like it's a little bit like story time right now. I'll tell you a little story. So North Carolina was one of the states that I was thinking about moving to when this is all said and done. Just kind of always felt like North Carolina seems like the perfect place. Um, I don't know why, but for some reason North Carolina is calling out to me. I have no idea, but especially in the Northwest. But I met somebody just recently who said that they lived in North Carolina and they said that it's just absolutely like tons of mosquitoes there. So now apparently that's going to be an impossibility for me to move there. I cannot live where there's mosquitoes really bad, like constantly. So I'm gonna have to find someplace else. So I need you guys' help. I need you guys' help. I need to know. I need some place that's got 4 seasons. Let me tell you what my criteria is, because I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me out. My criteria is I need 4 seasons, like a solid 4 seasons. I don't want to live someplace like San Diego where it's like summer all time, all year round. It's always like summer, 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 but like a nice mild summer. I need someplace that's got 4 seasons. I need a good winter and I need a good summer and I need spring and fall to really kind of hit you in the feels because you see like the nice orange colors during the fall, and in the spring you have like the nice thunderstorms that come rolling through. But I also need it to be someplace where there's not a whole lot of mosquitoes. Like it's fairly void of mosquitoes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly void of mosquitoes, but just low mosquitoes. And also has transportation to nice warm beaches that's relatively close to like maybe say like no more than like a 3 hour drive. Those are the three things I need. 4 seasons, no mosquitoes, and beaches within a 3 hour drive. All right. Pam's saying Colorado. Colorado's been on my list for a long time, but it's really expensive, and it's not really 3 hours away from a beach that you can kind of go to easily. But you didn't know that when you said that, so you didn't know I had the beach criteria yet because you were just throwing out places. But we could always fly. You can always fly someplace or you can have a second home. Who knows? Whatever. But so Colorado's kind of out of the question. Although that's where I would personally want to live. Myself says Austria. Nasir says Northern Virginia. Man, I don't want to have to wear spray everywhere I go, Sugar Crane. I know, but the thing is that they're like super super attracted to me. Like I have to wear the Deep Woods spray. I can't wear the regular mosquito spray because it doesn't work. They don't care. they, they see me and they don't care. If it's not Deep Woods spray, then uh, I'm getting bit. In fact, people invite me to parties just so that they don't have to light a citronellus candle. That's how bad it is. Uh, let's see here. Mountain foothills in North Carolina, and no, there aren't bad mosquito problems. Okay, so that's the problem. She scared the crap out of me when she was telling me that there's tons of mosquito, but she did say that she lived on the east side, closer to the ocean area. So I was thinking, yeah, around Bay areas, you're gonna have a lot of mosquitoes. So, meh. Myself says the Czech Republic. Washington State, it's not really beach going. It's not like warm beaches there. Manjeet says, move back to Virginia. It's not really warm beaches though. Yeah, Florida's out of the question. There are parts of Arizona, northern Arizona, that aren't bad, but they're also expensive. Sugar Crane says, so you want it all? Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Why not? I mean, if you're going to choose to go live someplace, why not move someplace where you can have it all? Sugar Crane says, South Carolina is cheaper than the North. Oh man, you guys are tearing up the. I'm gonna have to start reading faster here. Yeah, I don't want. Like I said, Bishop, 3 hours is fine. I can travel 3 hours. Doesn't have to be right next to a beach. Is a lake okay? A lake is okay if no, no, I'm gonna say no on that one. Wow, how much did I miss? Wait a minute, I feel like I'm scanning around here. I gotta. Savannah, Georgia. It sounds to me like I'm gonna. It's East Coast is gonna be the way to go. Spray your yard for them. It doesn't matter, man. They still come. It doesn't matter where I go. They still come. Bermuda, Bahamas. Come on, pretty mamas. Key Largo, Montego. Casey, you could stay at Ken Griffin's basement dweller. All right, I just scanned to the bottom. I'm gonna have to. My mouse doesn't want to like cooperate with me here, so I'm scanning down to where James says Casey, free rent and benefits. Stay at Ken Griffin's basement. Come back to Cali. I don't. There's no Four Seasons though, Pam. I gotta have my Four Seasons. I lived in California like a long time in my life, and I need those seasons really really bad. Bishop Lake says East Coast grills are hip, but I think it meant girls, but I don't know. Maybe it is grills. It would be pricey. Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I live 20. I live 20 from Kokomo. Actually, true story. 20 what? 20. Buy a boat and live wherever. Pro Jeweler, I'm kind of actually thinking I would like to do something like that. That would be kind of fun. I think maybe after traveling a little bit by land, perhaps buying a boat and traveling by sea for a little bit might be something that I would consider doing. I've been to Greece before, James. It was nice. I don't know about there being four seasons. I was only there, I think, during their summertime. It was nice. Danny says Casey's a seasons addict. I need my four seasons, damn it. You don't understand, guys. Like, there's something magical about fall and spring. I mean, it's cool having a winter and a summer, but fall and spring are important seasons. The storms that roll through, the big giant thunderstorms that roll through in spring are amazing. And there is nothing more beautiful than fall orange leaves. Oh, how about spring and actually, Manjit said Virginia, right? You want to talk about beautiful springs? Look at the cherry blossoms that spring and that grow up, or that's what am I trying to say? Blossom in spring. Man, they are so beautiful. So beautiful. Spring and fall are some very, very important underrated seasons. Like most people think about winter and summer. I'm more of a spring fall kind of guy. I really like the transitional periods. Plus, somebody told me a long time ago that fall colors are my colors, so whatever. Vermont. I have been to Vermont. I really, really enjoyed Vermont a lot. The only problem with Vermont, super, super north, and I don't know how much of a summer they're going to have there in Vermont. And it's not exactly 3 hours away from good, warm beaches. Leah, lady investor, how's it going? Maine in the summer is full of mosquitoes. In the winter, there's no bugs. Mac and Bees, well, you have an orange icon for your name, Mac and Bees, so I can understand why. Yeah, I've lived in Oregon, in Eugene and Springfield. Not one of the better places. Actually, there's nothing wrong with Eugene. Um, Eugene's great. It's not bad. If you don't mind a lot of rain, but it's all right there. Just not very many good beaches around, but yeah. The corn and corn stalks here are gorgeous as well. I can only imagine. Roseanne says, "Come to Maine. We have it all." Hawaii is summer all year round. That's not a good place. Maine is like majority winter. Florida, majority summer, and always hot and humid. Tennessee, buy a house in all of those places, and you'll have four seasons. Yeah, not really my cup of tea. If anything, sugar cane, what I would do is I'd buy a house in Colorado and then a house in mm, Southern California. Colorado and Southern California, and I think you could get all four seasons in and beaches. Man, myself, that would be awesome if I could afford that. No, that was one of the that was the original three criteria. Four seasons, no mosquitoes, warm beaches. Three criteria. Maybe I didn't specify warm beaches. Maybe I just said beaches. We're getting a little price movement now on Ape. Let me go over here and check it real quick. Not a whole lot. I mean, it did drop just a tad bit. I'm looking at the order book right now. It does seem to be a little more heavily favored towards the sell side than the buy side, but it's not moving. So it's primarily like limit orders that aren't actually going through. There is no spread. The bid is 536. The ask is 537. So it's just kind of like there doesn't appear to be buying on the lit market, but there doesn't appear to be selling on the lit market either. My wife was thinking Tennessee doghead, and then I guess something happened recently, and she's like, not Tennessee anymore. I was there some shooting that happened recently? I don't know. Something happened recently, and she looked over at me and said, "No, Tennessee's out of the question now." So I was like, "Okay." It sounds to me like we got some visiting to do around in that area, though, like northwest, northern Carolina, west side, northwest side, Tennessee area. It looks like we have some visiting to do to just kind of figure things out. hot, hot beaches, beaches. Tendies Plus Plus says if you find that place, buy it all. I know, right? Ken Gross, I used to live in San Diego. Do you know where? Oh man, why can't I think of the name of the place now? Man, it used to like it was really easy for me to remember the name of it, but it's a bread place. It's a bread place east of San Diego, and I can't think of it. Hold on a second, I'm gonna look it up because I can't remember the name of it. Um, is it Humul? No, it's not Humul. Where is that? Sa- I can't think of the name. I can't think of the name of the bread place we used to go to. There's El Cajon. We would drive out this way. Julian. It's Julian. I still haven't found the spot, but it just hit me because I saw another J. I saw another J name. I don't know. I can't even read it. Japatul. But it's Julian. If you know where Julian is, in San Diego or east outside of, I'm looking for it. I don't even see it. I see Humul, but I don't see Julian in here. Let me look it up. Julian is a beautiful place. Or it's nice. It's a nice place. It's not the best, but I think you could probably get some seasons there. Julian, California. Let's see here. It's by Pine Hill. It's north of Pine Hills, according to the map here. There's a bread place there that makes bread, because that's what you do at a bread place. They actually make pies too. Where is that? I'm looking for Pine Hills now. Okay, so it's like northeast of San Diego. And up in Julian, there's this I can't remember what the name of the bread place is though. It might have just been the Julian Bakery, possibly. Let me look and see. Probably is. I don't know. Anyways, there's a bakery that's there, and it is absolutely some of the best sourdough bread I've ever had in my entire life came from that place. So good. Chula Vista and National City. Okay. MG Toe says North Carolina seems like I remember driving for hours through the dismal swamp. My sense of smell was destroyed. No, don't say those kind of things, MG Toe. All right, I'm gonna have to. It sounds to me like I'm gonna have to go on tour of the country to find out where I'm gonna go live. El Cajon by the casino is nice. Starts with a B, right? Barona? Was it Barona? I think you're talking about Barona. It's all right. Your uncle had a cabin in Julian. Dude, it's a nice area. It's and they get snow out there. I don't know that the seasons are necessary. Like as far as fall goes, it's not probably like the kind of fall I'm looking for. But they do get some seasons over there in Julian. Bread Bath and Beyond, no. But yeah, Pam, if you've never been to the Julian, I think it's Julian Bakery. Let me just make sure. Let me check and make sure. It's called Apple. I think it's called Apple Alley Bakery. Let me make sure that's the right one. Let's see here. Or maybe it's Julian Pie Company, Julian Cafe, maybe. Hold on. I don't know which one it is. I want to say it's the cafe. Man, it's been so long since I've been there. It can't be the cafe. I don't know which. Somebody tell me what it. Maybe it's the Julian Pie Company. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. There's a bakery that's really famous that's over there though. You need to go check it out because if you haven't been over there, go grab some sourdough bread from that place and you'll absolutely love it. Grilled cheese with sourdough bread. Oh my gosh, Pam, I'm telling you, go get yourself a loaf. No, no, no. Don't buy one loaf. Do not buy one loaf when you go there. Make sure you take home like 4 loaves or 6, whatever you can take. Go over there, buy some of those, man. I am telling you, you're gonna hate me. You will absolutely hate me after that. You know what you need to do? See if they, Pam, if they have bread bowls, some of the sourdough bread bowls. You need to go cut buy one of those bread bowls, take it back home with you, the sourdough bread bowl, and make yourself some potato clam, potato sausage, cheesy potato sausage soup, and maybe, or you could make a clam chowder, doesn't matter. Throw it into that bread bowl. Oh man, you're gonna love life. Make it your last meal, because it'll be the last one you ever have. Okay, Mario says it's Julian Pie Bakery. You are correct. Okay, so it is the Julian Pie. I couldn't remember, but they sell loaves of bread though, and they sell tons of different kinds of loaves of bread, and a lot of people go there for the bread. I think some people go for the pie. I never went nuts over the pie, so I don't know. It was more the bread for me. There goes my diet. Yeah, don't hang out with me. It's gonna be beer and bread. We got 12 minutes left here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Gluttony is a sin, by the way. 6 bread. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. The bread is so good, you tear through it quick. King says, "Is there a max pain to help us?" Max pain is 1050, and we're obviously beating that right now. The combined price of AMC and Ape is 1493. We're just about ready to break through 15. There is a large amount of options that were opened up today to 15 strike. There's a total of 2.136 million or 2,136 contracts opened at 15 for the day today that are going to go in the money here very shortly. Flat Earth is back. Welcome back, Flat Earth. Hey, I'll tell you how long, Flat Earth. Flat Earth says, how much longer will COVID still be used as an excuse for empty theaters? China. China. Dr. No, how's it going, man? Well, Pam, the nice thing is that when this channel's over, we're gonna have plenty of time to do whatever it is that we want to do to get rid of that weight. Man, that's a tough one for me. Favorite, that's a really tough one for me for favorite donuts. I feel like I feel like there's not really like enough donuts to like really have like a favorite. Like I don't feel like there's like any one that like stands out. I've had these amazing blueberry donuts from like one location that ever in my lifetime. Never been able to find another one quite like it. But it was an amazing blueberry donut. Expectations completely exceeded. uh, above and beyond any other donut I've ever had. But the problem is that I can't go and buy a blueberry donut anywhere else that matches it. So it's like it's not my favorite donut because it's only there. I can't find a blueberry donuts at every place I go to that tastes the same. I know, right, Roadster Guy? It encourages me to keep going. I love it when they come back and keep hitting that down arrow. It's great. It's how I know I'm on the right track. Tendy says Krispy Kreme. I'm a huge fan, Tendies, of Krispy Kreme. I don't. Do you know when places have like grand openings and they have like lines for people to line up in for like contests and awards and for whatever grand openings in Phoenix, Arizona. Actually, it was Peoria. In Peoria, Arizona, um, right over there by the Costco. For those of you who live in Arizona, you know where I'm talking about. Probably it's off the. Is it the 101? Yeah, I think it's the 101. Off the 101, there is a Costco in Peoria and a Krispy Kreme. When it first opened up, I waited in line. I got there at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and waited in line to try and win like donuts for I think it was like donuts for a year for free or something like that. Only time I've ever done anything like that. I don't like waiting in lines for stupid things like that, but I did it. I got a stupid free coffee. I didn't get my stupid free donuts. But over here, they actually have a place called Round Rock Donuts in Texas, in Round Rock, obviously, because it's Round Rock Donuts. But Round Rock Donuts is it, it actually I think it beats a Krispy Kreme donut. But the problem is you can't get one of those anywhere else. You have to come here to Round Rock. Guys, my dog is outside and he's pounding on the door. I'll be right back. Yep, Bruno's pounding on the door. All right, he's inside now. He's all panting. Ooh, he smells like outside. Stinky. Nice healthy moves going on AMC and Ape right now. there's my breakout box for Ape from earlier. We're definitely not doing that. Let's get rid of that piece of junk. We actually broke out of this the value that I was looking for us to break through here at 525, 523, 525 range, and we immediately started moving out up further. It does look like we have a little bit of a support line trending right here. And actually might be on a larger ascending parallel channel. Let me see if that's the case. Let's go with the bottom side. Yeah, I'm gonna run with that. Also trending up nicely on, man, Bollinger Bands are really starting to open up here. We're about ready to break past one of our higher highs on AMC. Let's see here. 923. Oh, we done broke past it. And I had 923. 968 is our new current high on AMC. I think we also have newer highs, perhaps, maybe showing up on Ape. Nope, we got to break 570. So we're not quite there yet on Ape. We were tracking newer lows, but we had never quite hit a synthetic price failure. So I'll delete that and create newer highs since we aren't anywhere near those lows currently. Actually, I'm going to keep them there just in case. So we had a what I would say is a little bit of a kind of a wedge pattern that was formed here, but it looks like we're breaking out of the wedge and driving up higher. The diagonal line that you see here was something that I had drawn out on a larger time scale. Let me zoom out just a little bit so that you can see what that looks like, because it's actually it's showing it differently when I go to a 1 minute, because I drew it right here on a 5 minute time scale from the past. I was saying this was a strong support line right here that we had going on. For some reason, when I go into a 1 minute scale, it's showing it above where we're currently at in price, which is not the case. So I'm going to delete it because it's kind of distracting a little bit. And let's see where we're kind of heading here. So we had an ascending parallel channel here that we broke out down, what appears to be an ascending parallel channel. Seems like we broke out down on this one, but then we started heading back up on a sharper ascending parallel channel. Maybe broke down out of that, and looks like we're getting, it's starting to look like pennants, like just pennant after pennant here is what this is really starting to look like. This has got to be pretty damaging on RSI, but RSI has been pretty low on on some of the higher time scales. So on the daily, on the daily RSI, we were really super low. On the weekly, we were just slightly under half. So this is starting to push us back up into the range where we could start seeing some more more upwards movement on RSI and testing newer highs up here, or not newer highs, but newer highs causing RSI to go up into the overbought region on the daily. Where are we headed to? All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers. I do feel like we're on an ascending parallel channel on Ape, which will be bearish. Which will be bearish. A little Sachi Cohen action going on here, and let's see. It doesn't. This is not an ascending parallel channel. It's close. We'd have to see some newer highs off the top here, which could happen. Push us into an ascending parallel channel. But it's not very steep on either one of these two. They look very mild. So slow upwards growth. AMC is at 962 for the day today, 11.34% up, and Ape is up $5.43. Excuse me, $5.43 at 6.26% up. Total price between the two is 1504. No, no, they're not. They're not covering yet all in AMC. The answer to that is no. It would look much different than that. MG Toe says my feet sympathy swelling from the donut talk. sorry, man. Kenneth Griffin, we don't throw out just random ones. I don't know what ESPGY is or what it has to do with our particular having to do with AMC, but I'm going to go ahead and remove that message. That is one of the few rules around here on this channel. If you go to the description box, I've got two rules set up here. Do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC, and when you exit your position with AMC or Ape, do so with silence, no farting while trading. Pam, take care. It's time to take a look at our numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until after I come back and you see the big tramp up on the screen. And my broker is not letting me log in. Now he is. Why my broker is a he, I have no idea. It's probably because I'm sexist. Not really, but it does seem like that with saying something like that, doesn't it? Let's see here. Security code is 389. I'm going to read it to you guys. Ready? Write it down. Here we go. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, get it. Make sure you get yourself a YouTube channel and then read it off to everybody so we know how to get into your account. And tell us your password too, please. But no, seriously and honestly, having two-factor authentication on your account could prevent keeping somebody, or could prevent somebody who should not be in your account from being in your account. You may want to consider that as a second level of protection. You have no idea. Like this is such a stretch for me. Like I am way outside my comfort zone doing a YouTube stream. Even after a year, you'd think I'd be used to it, but I'm just not. I'm really not used to it. I'm more used to it, but not still get the jitters. Alrighty, taking a look at off exchange as of an hour ago. These numbers are right next to my head. Off exchange was showing 57.08. EDGX was at 12.78. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. I'm getting 56.8 and 12.71. That's 69.51%. Nice. That is elevated. Usually a normal day would be around 64%. So that's pretty high. Refreshing AMC or Ape, we have 58.35 and 12.15 for a grand total of 70.5% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Vortex. As of an hour ago, for AMC, there was a borrowing of 2.27 million shares. It's now 1.51. That's gonna reduce the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.68%. Cost to borrow is at 22.67. Shares on loan is 196.04. Day over day, that's not really. There was pretty much talking about as far as change on shares on loan go for AMC. Ape, on the other hand, did have kind of a drastic change. Today, the on loan amount is at 47.35, which is 2 million shares that were returned, all of that being short interest. Currently, we had 2 hours ago, or an hour ago, sorry, rather an hour ago, we had 8.21 million shares having been returned. It's now 9.11. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 7.37. Cost to borrow is 8.98%. Highest amount of call volume. At a $15 strike price an hour ago, there's 2,136 contracts. There's now 2,214. On puts, at a $14 strike, there was 1,258 contracts an hour ago. There's now 1,262. The $15 strike in the money, or calls are in the money now, as price between AMC and Ape is currently at $15.11. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently trading 17th most heavily traded stock with 63% buys to 37% sales. And Ape is running 25th with 63% buys to 37% sales, and AMC coming in 26th with 46% buys to 54% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $7.78. Shares borrowed in the last hour is another 50,000 shares. That's going to put us at 550,000 shares borrowed so far, according to Sonko Tracker, with 19.5% being the fees. NASDAQ is up 1.94. Dow Jones is up 1.1. S&P 500 is up 1.38. The market is cooking with bacon grease because it tastes really tasty right now, with 5,157 advancers to 1,663 decliners. There's going to be a lot of eye candy out there. A lot of eye candy that's going to try and distract you away from what it is you're investing in. VIX is down 3.52. VTI is up 1.51. IWD is up 1.25. Tesla is up 3.19. Amazon is up 2.29. Cinemark is up 2.34. Doge is up 4.51. Bitcoin is up 10.57. GME is up 10.24. HYMC is up 6.78. Hood is up 7.48. NCMI is breaking even. Ape is up 6.16. AMC is up 11.75. Inflow versus outflow. there's been about not even it's like basically no difference between inflow and outflow. There's just slightly more outflow. Nothing worth batting an eyelid at. Total amount of volume for AMC for the day today is at 22.65 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 219 minutes have been traded. We're on pace for about 40.35 million shares by the end of the day today. I said earlier in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 30 to 50 million. It's looking more and more like I might end up being right on volume for AMC, although I wouldn't have thought that was going to be the case an hour or two ago. On an hour time interval, we have more buying than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.88, which is above average. Not above average. It is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.84, which is also signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.96, which is slightly above, or that is above average. On Ape, currently there is $500,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 5.63 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 9.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares traded. So we are definitely within my range. I do feel like that's going to be a possibility. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.83, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.51, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.42, which is signaling very high overbought. Indeed, if I pull up Ichimoto Cloud, guys, you're going to see the numbers that I gave you yesterday at the end of the day was $8.66 is what we needed to break above for AMC, and 513 was the number for Ape. And if I pull up Ichimoto, just because I want you guys to see this, on the hourly for AMC, you can see this is a very strong buy here. Price is well above the conversion and the baseline. Price is well above the cloud. Lagging line is very nice above the price line. This is a very strong buy indicator right now. It has printed a TD9 on the hour time scale, which means price should be heading back down to the simple moving average, which if I pull up the Bollinger Bands would be somewhere right around 885. So we may see a trend reversal on this. It kind of depends on demand. If there's a lot of demand in here, it may come down a little bit, but not necessarily make it back down to the simple moving average. That's for AMC. On Ape, again, same signals. Conversion line is above baseline. Lagging line is above price line. Very strong buy. Also printed a TD9 on the way up here. So, like I said, this might be a quick run, and since we do have the green cloud showing up over here, doesn't necessarily. Price usually likes to rise through a red cloud, down through a green cloud. We had a little bit of a difference here. We never quite made it through the red cloud and came down before the green. Kind of rose up early through the greens, kind of stalled out a little bit, and then rose above the red. Imagine price falling back down somewhere in the green where it thins out. So if it's not going to be Monday, then it could be on the backside of wherever this green cloud goes to. So again, printing this TD9 here with the Bollinger Bands, you'll see that moving back down to simple moving average, if there's not a whole lot of continuous buying pressure, would put us back down to where we would probably start seeing like a quick bump in price for a short period of time. Earlier, I had mentioned to you guys that it looked like there was a lot of that there was no liquidity for um, Ape, as it seems like we're barcoding quite frequently, and then we seem to stair step up a little bit. Seems to be having some barcoding issues. Stair steps down, goes up, goes stair steps down, goes up, stair steps. We're just kind of walking our way up here a little bit. Um, yeah, I don't know. I can tell you right now that the order book over here has got some interesting orders set up on it. Let me take you guys over to that real quick, just because I want you to see it. I want you to see the order book for Ape. It is heavily loaded on the sell side or the ask side. The bid side doesn't have a whole lot of um, volume to it. There really isn't much of a spread, if any. There maybe is 1 penny spread, but I don't see a whole lot of orders just going through here. If we pull up the time and sales, you can see that very small orders are making through. Not very many orders, so volume is very, very low. But whatever volume that does come through does start buying. Leah, lady investor, take care. We have a normal cat. Rizla says, do you think if Ape got converted to AMC, it would be after the so-called MOASS smooth brain here? I think what I'll say is this, Rizla. I'll tell you how I feel about it. I can't really tell you what I think will happen. I mean, it's impossible for me to know how others are going to feel. Uh, what I can tell you is that when a large amount of shares are introduced into a stock that is heavily shorted, a lot of those shares can be used to. Well, actually, let me think about this for a second. Yeah, a lot of those. Normally, it's shares that aren't purchased though, so hmm. I think it would create a situation to where more shares would be available to loan. So the potential ability to be able to loan those new shares that found their way into AMC could potentially reduce the amount of pressure that's being applied from short interest. So I think the answer to your question is that it would. I think that most people would probably would like to see that pressure relieved after some kind of squeeze. I think most people would. I can't answer for everybody. I really don't know. I personally would like to see it after MOASS, but I don't know how everybody else is going to feel. Jeff says, I just read the Citadel Europe is liquidating, going BK. It appears going bankrupt. It appears we were lied to. Melvin Capital Management Fund, run now by Robert Ramsey, manages 43 companies worth 9.8 billion. Thick saying reverse repo for today is 2.209 trillion with 103 counterparties. Previous was 2.210, so not really much any change with 104, one extra counterparty. Diaz, I love the fact that you actually know like how many pounds there are to a gallon of water. What the hell? How do you what do you do? Don't tell me what you do, Diaz. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't need to know what you do, but because that's a little nosy. But I'm curious. I'm curious what you do for a living that you know that there's approximately 8.34 pounds to a gallon of water. Guess what? Flat Earth. I actually knew that it was going to happen. Here it is. There's the chart for you. I've got it right here. I told you guys at the range that it was going to traverse in. Look at this. You're always trying to catch me, flat earther, but you don't get it. The thing is that with the price range here is going to look a lot like the previous shoulder that we had on the head and shoulders of this algorithmically traded cryptocurrency. This pattern, this head and shoulders pattern should not be occurring in something that's not algorithmically traded, but yet it does. And it happens because there is absolutely 100% China manipulation. No, no, you silly chicken. I'm using Trey's terminology now. You silly chicken, that's not what's happening here. You have institutions that are trading this shit and they're pumping the crap out of it right now because they're going to drop the crap out of this thing. It's the same exact thing that you saw right back in here. Same thing. Drops down, trades a little bit, forms up, get a little bit of a pump, then dump the crap out of it. Two different separate dumps right here. You got a little bit of trading, you pump it up a little bit here, get people to support it, thinking it's going to move back up again, and then you dump the crap out of it again. It's getting close. It's getting close here, man. The top of this line is at 22. This can make it up. I see that this could make it up to 22. It could go a little bit higher than 22. Not much though. If it goes up much higher than I'd say. It shouldn't go any higher than 22.5. It shouldn't go any higher than 22.5 because then it would be matching the previous shoulder. So these are the limitations right here that I've got set up. And you can see there's multiple dropouts. Now I had these red lines in here eons ago, last year. So over 8 months ago, I had these red lines in here. So you know, the fact that this is looking like a very strong level of support and resistance is kind of amazing to see that you can predict this out 8 months in advance. 8 months. 8 months in advance, I predicted that. But whatever, it's all good. China, man. Just remember China. Pantheon says Diaz runs a fight club, but don't talk about it. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scared. Fight club, huh? Pantheon, you should be scared, Pantheon. You're talking about it. Price of AMC is $9.69, with that being up 12.09% for the day. $5.47 on Ape, up 6.88%. like China and stuff. Earth sucks. Pantheon just broke rule number one. Yeah, I really, I am dying to see a message from. I'm dying to see a message from Adam Aaron right now that says something about cockles. I really, I really want to see him put something in there about cockles, or something relating to maybe even like eating crow of his favorite dishes on page number 99 or something. I don't know. Something along those lines would be great. I just, it just would feel good. It's not even if we start going red on Monday, I don't care. I just want to see him say something. Just just throw it out there. Just be bold. The unfortunate thing for him though is that that's the last thing he wants to do right now is be bold. Not that kind of bold, because that's the stupid kind. That's the Casey kind of bold. Where Casey says something he shouldn't say. No, don't say that, Casey. Oh, Casey, why did you say that? Nikki says Adam Aaron has been bold enough already, and I completely agree with you, Nikki. He has been above and beyond bold, and this is why I wouldn't expect him to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gone way above and beyond what he's needed to do. Uh-oh, I'm getting a phone call. Yucca's calling me. Yucca's trying to call me here. He wants to go live. Probably butt dialed. Sam says I have a feeling the AMC announcements are going to be coming rapid fire during fourth quarter. Wait, are there only 20? Is there only 20 tarot cards? I thought there was a lot more than 20. Like I don't know. I feel like every time I've ever seen, somebody doing. I don't know how many cards there's. How many cards are there? Let's look at that up. I don't even know. Is it supposed to represent an actual deck, or is it 78 cards? 78 cards. Let's see. The standard modern tarot deck is based on the Venetian or the Piedmontese tarot. I can't say that. It consists of 78 cards divided into two groups: the major arcana, which has 22 cards, also known as trumps, and the minor arcana, which has 56 cards. Ah, so you don't know what you're talking about. You were shy a couple cards there. I actually didn't, but to be honest, Flat Earth, I had no idea how many cards there were. I just felt like there was a lot more than 20. Yucca, Casey, I was like, what's that button do? Now you know, Yucca, you can call me in the middle of a live stream and come in and talk. You have that power. Watch, everybody's gonna start calling me. I'll have to back if you all start calling me on Discord. I'll just have to back out of it. Oh, Danny said something. Somebody said something about Koch earlier, and I missed it. I remember them saying, and I wanted to go back to it, and then I missed it. I don't remember what it was that they said. Diaz says he's not playing with a full deck. Yeah, but don't tell him. Okay, lit alien. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Lit alien, you're like, okay, hold on. We got to tell the alien that they're lagging. But I do appreciate Lit Alien did talk about a topic from like an hour ago. Chattanooga is the best location to move. No state taxes and mountains with a river not far from multiple warm beaches. Huh. I'm gonna look that up. Tennessee. So so I don't know if I mean it looks pretty just from this picture here. Oh yeah. Like I can almost tell instantly whether it's a place I'd like to move to just by pulling it up on Google Maps. It's like you can almost tell just based off of like the amount of green that you see on the page. You come over to where I'm at in Austin, Texas. You zoom in on it, and there's some white splotches in there. But like you can, I kind of want to live someplace where there's some green, and so I can tell right away just moving on, looking at Chattanooga, if I'm saying it right. There is. It does seem to be like a pretty cool place. Let me see how far away here. It's not. It's not too much. I mean, it's hemisphere wise. It's about where North Carolina would be. It's on the south side of Tennessee. It's above Georgia. I'm a little worried about mosquitoes being so close to Georgia, but maybe there's not any over there. I don't know. Maybe it's higher elevation. It does appear to be in the right band for the hemisphere that I would want to live in. It's not too far away from Florida. That's an option. One of the places I'm looking at is Asheville, North Carolina was one of the places I was looking at um, until I heard about the mosquitoes. And Asheville's really not that far away from Chattanooga. Hmm. I will take that into consideration. Texas doesn't suck. It's just not what I want. I think maybe if I lived in more northern Texas, it might be better, but Texas is so stinking big that you gotta like, I mean, it's from where I'm at, it's like a 3.5 hour drive just to get down to the beaches, maybe even 4 hours. So it's like, I don't know. It's a little it's a bit of a drive. So if I wanted to go to North Texas, it'd be even further. It'd be like a 6, 7, 8 hour drive. It's too far away. Jeff says, Casey, check out the Blue Ridge Mountains, Georgia, gorgeous place. And the town has winding rivers, older buildings with great restaurants. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta look it up. Blue Ridge Mountains. Hold on. Hold up. I'm looking it up. Okay, I put in Blue Ridge Mountains, GA, and it took me to Georgia, so all of Georgia. So let's see, Blue Ridge Mountains. Okay, Blue Ridge Mountains are actually showing in Why is it doing that? It's showing it in North Carolina, but I'm pretty sure you were putting Georgia down, weren't you? I don't know, maybe I would assume if I follow this mountain range that down into Georgia, that's probably going to be where it's at. Yeah, explain that one a little bit better to me because I'm not seeing exactly what you're talking about. Asheville's in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Yeah, see that's what I'm seeing too. Asheville's a great location. Chattanooga is more centrally located, giving you more access to cities, events, and activity. Ooh, see now that's something my wife would enjoy. That's actually a great point. That would probably hit her list of things that she would like to have in a place to live. Being more centrally located to places where we could go access multiple cities that have things to do, especially like concerts. That would hit her list. Apes breaking out of the channel? Not yet. Still there. Casey, check out Martinsville, Virginia, close to the Blue Ridge Mountains Parkway. Lots of history, Civil War sites. If I'm not mistaken, Arthur, my mom's taken me over there. I used to live in Virginia when I was growing up, Alexandria, Virginia, and my bet is that she's taken us up over in that area before. She used to take us out to. There was a year where she was homeschooling me, and just 1 year. I'm not one of those kids. No offense. No offense if your kids are one of those kids. But yeah, for 1 year she did that, and we traveled around quite a bit. Saw a lot of different Civil War battle sites. It was really kind of cool. Oh man, Delayed Noise says Chattanooga also has some of the fastest internet in the country. Please tell me you're not being sarcastic. Please. Please tell me you're not being sarcastic, because that sounds like a sarcastic comment. I don't I don't want slow internet. I can't take it anymore. It's chat, not shat. All right, Chattanooga, not Chattanooga. Got it. Thanks, Jojo. No chatting. No chatting in Chattanooga. Blue Ridge Mountains is more remote if you're looking for more seclusion. That would be a great choice. Okay. Thank you. I'm laughing at that dude laughing. I saw that dude laugh and I was like, oh, that's funny. Doesn't take much for me. Chattanooga. I like how Thorblade is saying it. Chattanooga. That's how I would say it if I lived there. I'd say Chattanooga. Okay, no, it's for real. All right, cool. KFC Shaw says, no offense, taking KCI was a latchkey kid. That's good. If they've got good internet speeds over there in Chattanooga, then I would like it. Uh, and I would actually own it and be calling myself a Chattanoogan or a Chattanugget. Can you call yourself a Chattanugget if you live there? A shat. If you have a little kid, they're a shat. You shat a nugget. Chattanooga. I like my way better. Oh man, Tom says Chattanooga, 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 whatever. Is home to biscuits and gravy, baby. Oh man, my wife would love that. I Chattanooga once after a Snickers bar. Shatner Panties wasn't a very good name. Lit Alien says, I travel the East Coast for a living. I see a lot of wonderful places. Chattanooga ranks in the top of them. You know what? You got it. To be honest with me, to be honest with you, Lit Alien, you got me sold. How are the mosquitoes? That's my only other question. Is I'm actually gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Mosquitoes in Chattanooga. Chattanooga. Can you get sheeters in Chattanooga? Skeeters in Chattanooga. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I'm gonna look up and see. I'm gonna look it up and see. Go back. 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 Let me try a different search. Oh man. Something okay, so this is the first thing that I pulled up. It said 4 cities in Tennessee rank worst for mosquitoes. Something that may not come to mind is mosquitoes. While mosquitoes are a menacing presence all over most of the U.S., if you live in Chattanooga, sorry, Nashville, Knoxville, or Memphis, and notice that they did say Chattanooga as the first one, then you're residing in 4 cities in Tennessee that have the most mosquito issues. Uh, that's not good. That that's not good. I don't know if I can do that. It's back off the list. It's back off the list. I can't do it. I can't deal with I can't deal with those skeeters, man. I'm just telling you right now. Like legit, check this out. This is not even really mosquito season where I live, right? But oh, will it not stretch over here? I legit I have a bug zapper like 5 feet away from me because this is how I live. This is how I live. There's no mosquitoes in this household to bite people, but for some reason they come and bite me. Like there's no skeeters. I can go. Everybody outside can go outside. They can have a great time. No problem at all whatsoever. Nobody in the house is getting bit by mosquitoes. Just me. I'm the only one who's constantly getting bit by mosquitoes. They find their way into the house, come after me. I'm not even kidding you. This is not like some kind of like strange like dude sits by a skeeter lamp everywhere he goes kind of thing. I don't carry that around with me wherever I go, but I'm not even kidding you guys. Like it's really, really, really bad. They absolutely find me everywhere. It does not matter. Nobody else has a problem with mosquitoes in this household. Nobody. Nobody. But these mosquitoes absolutely come. They hunt me down. It's insane. It's insane. I can't sit here. This thing, you don't hear it zap very often, but it does. Yeah, I've heard that, Christian. It has to do with my blood type. I've heard that before. I've also heard that it also has to do with, how much carbon dioxide that you put out as well. I actually have a really high I think my CO2 or not CO2, but carbon dioxide. Yeah, my carbon dioxide levels are elevated compared to most people. So it's like it's probably both the blood and the carbon dioxide that I put off that really kind of makes it. That explains the weird glow. Yeah, it's sitting right here, dude. That's crazy. I've always got it running right here because if I sit in one spot for too long, they find me. But if I'm moving around the house, like it's not a problem. They never find me. It's okay. I don't live constant like this. But if since I'm sitting here for 9 hours, it's almost like there's like a cloud of carbon dioxide that occurs around me, and it's like they know where to come. They're just like right to this spot. Casey at the bar with his zapper. You guys are gonna give me a hard time about this. I know it. I probably should have never shown it to you guys, but it's so true. It is very, very true. This is why on a list of three things that I want out of a place to live, why Skeeters is number two. I can't I can't deal with it, man. If there's a lot of Skeeters there, I can't go there. I will die. I will die. It's terrible. I wish I didn't have to live life like this. Jeff says mosquitoes are Arkansas's state bird. That's really funny, dude. Okay, Casey's Broken Mug says, word of advice, Casey, if you ever visit Amsterdam, avoid the blue lights when in the red light district. I will heed that warning. Thank you. I don't know what it means, but I'm going to take your word for it. The reason that Asheville might be safe for me because like I said, I heard that skeeters are kind of bad over there in North Carolina is that it's the elevation might be high enough to where they're not as bad. Nikki, that is a great question. I don't know. It would make what would make me more sad than anything, not being able to hand out like cool gifts to like kids at the hospital, and like the cancer ward or whatever, the children's hospital, like without having the beard. That would make me really upset. So I don't know. We'll see because we are getting kind of close. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear and see how closely we end up hitting. Jeff, I love garlic and Italian food. It's not like I stop eating it. Y'all are gonna be like, that's why his internet sucks. It's the lamp. Oh yeah, Trey's got his lamp on, lamp off. I just got lamp on all the time. There is no lamp off over here. If it is lamp off, I'm getting bitten. Also avoid the purple lights. Okay, no blue, no purple. Got it. Like I say, yo, I don't take it with. Actually, in my golf bag, I have the Deep Woods spray because I have to. Every time I go golfing, I have to have it. The mosquitoes here in Texas are these nasty, nasty critters, man. Let me show you these guys. Hold on a second. Let me show you these suckers. These suckers are nasty. Nasty, yeah, it's like not even a pun, right? Never seen a skeeter like this ever before I moved to Texas. But these things are big. Let me see if I can find a picture that's actually got something with a hand or something in it. These suckers are big, man, in Texas. It's no joke when they say everything's bigger in Texas. Not kidding. Not kidding at all. These suckers are big. Some of y'all are probably going to see these and go like, dude, those are small. From where I've been in my lifetime, wherever I've lived in my lifetime, I've never seen mosquitoes as big as these guys. In fact, when you first see them land on you, you think to yourself, "Oh, that must surely be a crane fly, like those one that everybody's afraid of that don't do crap to you." But legitimately, these things are like massive. Trying to find a picture. Hold on a second. Looks like this might be the only picture here that like does like a. This is a kid's hand here. You can tell it's a kid. But these things, I mean, you can see how big it is right there. You can see your hand. They're big suckers, really really big. So they hit you and it's like it for like a week. There's they're big. I'm legit like it makes me feel like I'm in that what was that movie with Will Ferrell where he's getting like he's like, man, I'm getting lightheaded. He's got this like massive like Jurassic mosquito on his back. That's how I feel sometimes. You should try Buggins. I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. Yucca Frida asked me if I had a landing strip. What the heck, dude? No, no, but I'm not. Does it matter? What does that have to do with anything? Skeeter squeeze bang blow. It's suck Skeeter squeeze bang blow. Monty says until you've had your windshield busted by a skeeter, you haven't lived. Dude, I don't even want to like that just sounds wrong and on so many different levels. That's a lot of blood. Yeah, Land of the Lost. Thanks, Captain Awesome. I couldn't remember the name of the movie, but yeah, that's what I feel like all the time. I'll tell you why, Edward. No seasons. Not in Southern California. I mean, maybe if you go east a little bit, like we were talking about earlier, to like Julian or something like that. All right. Looks like we're about ready to break down here on Ape out of the ascending parallel channel. This is a bearish channel. Eventually, it was going to break down out of this. We hit a high of $5.49. That is not an all-time high. Give me a second, guys. I got to answer a phone call. All right, sorry about that. So let's see here. What's going on with the market? Is the market going to start heading down now? Let's see if market's moving downwards as well. A little bit. Let's see. Ape started heading down right around 1347. That would be right around here after the SPY had already started moving downwards. So it looks like there might be some consolidation going on in the market now at this point after that run down. So we might see some consolidation before potentially maybe breaking out of this ascending parallel channel. But again, guys, we are really, truly, and honestly following a lot with the rest of the market. So um, still tending to trade inside that that pattern. Let's see here. I'd laugh harder at that one if I hadn't heard it before, Shimmer. Casm Awesome says, when a skeeter would land on the vein of your arms, my friends and I would flex our arms and make the skeeters pop. I've heard people doing that before. I've tried. It doesn't work. I've tried it, but it didn't work for me. They just fly away. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $14.96. So part of the reason why we may see a little bit of a rundown here, besides the rest of the market, uh, was we may have had some calls that were perhaps closed position on calls, maybe. Order book is pretty hefty on the sell side for AMC. For Ape, same thing. All right, looks like they're going to try and drop us out of this. We are getting a little bit more volume with this move. Got about 4 more minutes before we start taking a look at the numbers. Don't forget today, guys, we have during the power hour, I'm going to have Lowboy come in and maybe just kind of tell us how he's doing, give us a nice little happy update. And then, sorry, I'm like looking through different things here. I'll open up the back of the big tramp for you guys to just kind of head on in, and we can talk at the end of the day today. Shimmer says, what do you think about Ken Griffin's $109 million home he just bought in Miami after he moved his crew from Chicago to Miami? I don't know, man. I don't try to think about it too much because I know that at least I've read about the fact that they have like some kind of laws there that when you hit like if you file for bankruptcy or something like that, people can't come after your your assets or your whatever it is, your home or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know how I really feel about it, but whatever. I don't know. How am I supposed to feel about it? I don't feel good. Hey, low boy, if you want to come in now, if you want to drop in now and do it, talk to us right now, you're more than welcome to. I can throw you into a private room and we can just, you can have like a nice little chit chat with me if you want to do, like if you're free right now and it would be easier for you to do it now than later, just let me know. Dr. Zena says, Shaw, check out the 1 minute movie clip I Twitter DM'd you. Funny bug scene. I'm sure. I'm sure it is funny. Hold on a second. Is this from? It says Caveman, but All right, I'll have to watch this later because I don't want to stream it on here because last time it shut me down when I did that. So I'll save it for later because I don't know what it's from. Yep, absolutely, low boy. 10 minutes. I'll tell you what. I'll run through the numbers because it's time right now, and then I'll take you. Just show up in the back of the big tramp, and I'll put you in a private room, and I'll let you have a few minutes to talk there, and we can just see the state. We'll do the state of AMC with low boy. Give me 1 second while I try to log into my broker. Do we get a lollipop? Um, yes. That's awkward. Let's see here. I gotta get my broker to let me sign in. All right, here we go. It's working. Two-factor authentication, guys. You might want to get it. It might keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account, because that would be awkward too. Now would be a great time to test it out, see if you like it, see if it's something you can use, and if not, you can always get rid of it and say, you know what, Casey, you suck. I didn't like it. It works either way. Don't matter to me. Taking you guys over to the other screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out. We are getting a price drop out of the ascending parallel channel of Ape and AMC. AMC wasn't really on ascending, but we're getting a drop out of the support level that we had. So we'll take a look at that here in just a minute. I'll try to get through these numbers pretty quickly here. We'll also give Low Boy a chance to do what it is that he needs to do. But starting with off exchange, an hour ago we had 56.8 going through AMC and 12.71 through EDGX. Let's see, we got 56.42 now and 12.81 for a grand total of 69.23. Nice. Ape is or was at 58.35 an hour ago and 12.15 on the EDGX. It is now at 56.5 and 11.9, which is a total of 68.4% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex an hour ago on AMC rather. We had a total of 1.51 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.95 million. That small increase is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.67%. Cost of borrow average is at 22.52. Shares on loan today is about the same amount as it was yesterday. Slight increase, not enough to bat an eyelid at. 196.04 million shares on loan for the day. On Ape, an hour ago, we had approximately 9.11 million shares having been returned. That is now 10.19 million shares having been returned so far on Ape for the day. The estimated short share interest of the free float should be is going down because of that to 7.21%. Cost of our average at 8.91. Shares on loan decreased by 2 million shares day over day to 47.35 million shares. That obviously was all in short interest and looks to be like it's going to be heading down some more. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, we had 2,214 contracts for calls at a $15 strike price. Now we have 2,669. Nice. And a $14 strike. An hour ago, we had 1,262. It's now 1,269 contracts. So not much of a change at a $14 strike. The $15 strikes should have gotten into the money at some point there. The combined price of AMC and Ape right now, as it stands, is currently at $14.78, so it's just slightly underneath that amount now. Orders by Fidelity customers. refreshing. Refreshed. Let's see. We have GME in 16th most heavily traded stock with 62% buys to 38% sales. Ape is currently in 22nd with 63% buys to 37% sales. And AMC in 25th with 45% buys to 55% sales. SSR trigger price is at $7.78 for AMC. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they have not borrowed any new shares. Let me just refresh this and make sure. Yeah, no new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 19.5%. NASDAQ is up 1.91, Dow Jones is up 1.17, and the S&P 500 is up 1.41. We currently have 5,118 advancers to 1,731 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's tasting good. There's a lot of good buys out there, and there's going to be shiny things on the side of the road for sure. VIX is down 3.13. VTI is up 1.52. IWD is up 1.29. Tesla's up 3.31. Amazon is up 2.5. Cinemark up 2.09. Doge is up 3.26. Bitcoin is up 9.69. GME is up 9.79. HYMC is up 6.9. Hood is up 6.63. NCMI is down 2.27. Ape is up 4.79. And AMC is up 9.58. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. Currently $3 million more in outflow than inflow on AMC for the day today. And let's see, we've got just a little less than 120 minutes left to go. 276 minutes we've been trading for. We're on pace for about 38.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I think we're going to hit that number in between there. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.46. So we're finally cooling off the RSI a little bit with this drop in price here. So not a terrible thing. It's just above average now and not signaling oversold or overbought anymore. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, cooling off that RSI again, bringing us down to 66.07%, which is below or above average. Again, dropping it out of that signal for overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover within the last 20 minutes, with RSI at 41.71, which is below average. So we're getting a little bit of a cool off here that's helping RSI to kind of settle down. On Ape, there's roughly $600,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 6.75 million shares having been traded. Let's see here. Let's try and figure out where we're heading for volume. Let's see. What did I say? We're on pace for 9.46 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million. So we're definitely inside that range. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.85, which is slightly above average. Not slightly. It's definitely above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.57, which is above average after having signaled for most of the day today. No, maybe not most. A lot of the day today overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover within the last 20 minutes. RSI at 42.35, which is below average. So on these drops in price, this is where Ichimoto is going to be kind of help somebody to determine whether or not this is just a cooling off of RSI or not. This is where they would normally look at like a 4-hour chart versus a 1-hour chart. But let's just take a look at what they look like real quick here, just because I do think this is some important information to understand. With this little bit of cooling off of RSI on the 1-hour chart for AMC, not enough of a drop in price Price would actually have to drop as low as 923 for this to become a sell. The first, or maybe one of the first identifiers that you would have a selling point or you might want to get out of it, kind of a thing for short-term investors. Lagging line on this is above price line, which is still good. So everything looks really positive on this. We're at $9.45 on Ape. This is the first time that you're starting to see price hit the conversion line, kind of, sort of. It would have been like a really strong buy, like right here. And then this is like one of the first signs when it's hitting into the conversion line. So price is at 537, conversion line's at 530. So we're still technically above the conversion line, but we did touch down on it temporarily. Oftentimes what will happen is this price will come down, touch the conversion line, bounce off of it, and then maybe touch it a secondary time. Usually it's the secondary time that you want to, that somebody would want to perhaps decide that they might exit their position. Let me see if I can show you an example of that here from the past. I cannot. This is the first time that I can show you that as an example on Ape. Let's go back to AMC and let me show you an example of that from the past where we were above the cloud. Right here, probably. Let's see. All right, so here you have a very strong buy, and then price is still rising, and then here's your first touch here. This is your first touch where it's like, okay, you may want to consider, looking for an exit strategy for a day/swing trader, and then you have a secondary touch here where it's like, okay, it's time to go more than likely. And so usually what would happen is they would look at this and they'd say, okay, on a 1 hour chart I'm touching, but is there some more buying pressure still available here? You could look at things like RSI. RSI was pretty hot at that point. It's at 70, signaling overbought at some point right there. So this is, and the reason I'm covering this information with you guys like this right now is because I want you to know what kind of things to look for in the future for what I'm going to be looking for when I decide to exit my position with AMC. I'm going to be looking at a lot of these different kind of indicators. Is RSI hot right now? Is it, is there buying pressure? Can I exit my position on buying pressure, or should I be waiting for the next exit point, which would be, after the dips, something comes back up? So these are all very important things that I'm kind of covering with you guys, so you can understand what to look for in the future. Every time I talk about the things I talk about, I always do it for a reason. I don't just give you guys information for no reason at all. Let me go back to the 1 hour on that real quick, and because I wanted to show you at some point you could look at hold on a second here. At some point you could look at, so here's that same point. I just wanted to find the date. So here's wait, hold on a second, make sure I got the right date here. All right. So this is the right date right here. This is the first touch, the second touch. So the date on this is 8/12. So I'm going to look at the chart for 8/12 on a 4 hour. All right, so right here on a 4 hour chart here, you could see that there was a strong buy, perhaps like right in this area, right in here. Actually, maybe even before that, somebody may have. Yeah, no, that's probably the first point where it would have been a strong kind of buy is right here. You see price moving upwards. You actually you print a TD9 here. It starts to go back down and touches the conversion line. I mean, that was pretty obvious, I think, at that point on the 12th. If you had pulled up a 4 hour chart and looked at it, you would have been like, yeah, it's starting to come back down. But you would have seen a TD9 starting to print, so you knew that the price was going to start moving the other direction. You could see RSI moving up to almost a 70% point. You can see buying pressure in here. So as price is moving upwards, you would decide your exit strategy. I hope this doesn't like confuse you guys. I'm not trying to tell you like buy and sell AMC or Ape. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you guys examples of what buying and selling points look like, so you understand. Because that's really what I'm trying to teach. Trying. And of course, you can use a lot of the information that I'm giving you for other trades that you may be making as well to help you identify good exit points. And it always is better to try and find an exit point on a stock. Anytime you're ever trading, it's always a good time to try and find an exit point or an exit strategy when price is moving up and not down. It's really hard to get orders filled the way that you want them to get filled when price is moving downwards. You want to try and sell when it's moving upwards. But you can sell on the backside and still sell during an upwards price movement, because as the price is moving down, it's still going to have periods of time where it starts to rise in price. So with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Let me go, let me read real quick what you guys are saying. What is a man in a van without, Nikki, that sounds really bad. It sounds really, really bad. There are no lollipops in this van. Only big tramps. Only big tramps allowed. Let's see here. Okay, just got yelled at by Mary Jane, the checkout lady at the food store, for putting like 40 items on the belt for 12 and under. All right, I'm gonna head over to the Discord here real quick, and Lowboy, I'm gonna move you to a different channel. Don't freak out when you see it. Uh, okay, I am in the room with you now, Lowboy. Can you hear me? I should hear him here in a minute. Maybe he can hear me, maybe he can't hear me. Test, 1, 2. Earth to Lowboy. Oh, his microphone's off. Lowboy, your microphone is off. It says it's muted. I didn't mute you. If you go to your settings, you can change it in your settings. It's on the If you're on a computer, it's on the left-hand side of the screen. If you're on your phone, I can't help you. User settings, the bottom left-hand side. You hit that. Then you go into voice and video, and you can change your output or input device or output device. Change your output device to whatever it is that you need to change it to. James of Arizona says, "What's it smell like in the Big Tramp?" Febreze. HYMC is having wild candles. Let's take a look at it real quick here. Let's see what the company that this gold company is doing in here. It's getting some wild candles. You're right. It's getting some high volatility. Ooh, man, look at the buy orders. You guys can't see it. That sucks for you. Just teasing. The buy orders on this are really super high. There are a lot of buy orders over here. There's nothing on the sell side. There ain't nothing stopping this from moving up except for the 1,800 shares at 77.90, which is right where it's at. It's almost like did it halt? It's not halted. Kind of crazy. Volume spiked as the price started to move upwards. They're at 3.4 million shares having been traded so far out of an average 3-month trading of 5 million shares, which is, I think, a little ahead of pace than their average 3-month volume. Oh, I just heard a da-da sound. Oh. There, Lowboy, can you hear me? I heard something. Your
You might
microphone.
be hearing me.
I'm hearing you.
TC?
Yes, sir.
Man, how are you, bro?
How you doing? How you doing,
How are you,
Lowboy?
bro? You're the man of the man, man. You're the best.
Oh, no, man, you guys are the best.
Oh God, AC, you got me yelled at the damn food store.
Because you had 44 items that you were trying to put through the 12 item aisle. Yeah, I can understand why.
Yeah, well, you know what? I very rarely have any days off. I happen to have a half a day off. This is my wife's birthday tomorrow, so I try to, I've been really working a lot of hours, and I just haven't had the opportunity to catch up on things. So I was able to sneak out of work early today. So I'm trying to do like 10 things at one time. I'm trying to watch the clock because I want to join your show. Then I ran to the food store, and then I heard you with my Bluetooth. I hear you saying, "Well, I'm going to get a low boy on maybe a little bit early." I'm like, "Oh shit, man!" So now I'm trying to hurry up. And now I went to the counter, to the checkout, and I'm putting all my stuff on a thing, and all of a sudden I hear, "Sir, sir." And I looked up, and a little Mary Jane is like, "Sir, you're killing me. You're putting way too much stuff on a thing here. It's only 12 and under." I said, "Mary Jane, I'm real quick. Trust me. I'm going to be real fast with this." And then, I'm talking really fast, and then she's like, "Slow down, slow down." I'm like, "You're telling me I was going to be all day. I'm going to kill you. I'm faster than you are." She goes, "Well, I don't care." Anyway, I'm all good. How's everything going, Casey?
It's going good. You told Mary Jane you're quick, huh?
I told her I was quick back, but you know what it is? Around here, there's like 100 checkouts, but there's only like one live person. Everything else is like mechanical. You got to do it yourself. So you learn to bag quickly. So when I'm on a line with somebody, I'm waiting for them to still scan, and my stuff is already in the bag already.
Oh, yeah. I hear you, man. But I know what it's like, though, is to jump into line behind somebody on the 12 items only or less, and they've got like, 100 items, and you're sitting there looking at it like, really? Like, you, I've got a gallon of milk and a piece of gum, a package of gum. Okay, let me jump in front of you because this is insane. I'm not waiting this long.
Well, you know what? It's like middle of the day. It's not really like a shopping day. Friday, it's not like a shopping day here. It was like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If this was like a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, then I would have had to put up with a lot of New York attitudes around here. But listen, I hear you were looking to try to come into the Carolinas to find another spot to live.
I want to try and find some place, another place to live that's got seasons, no skeeters, and someplace that's like within 3 hours of some nice warm beaches.
My wife and I, we were just down in Myrtle Beach, and we just bought a place in North Myrtle Beach. And during driving around, I came across a big giant AMC. I'm like, "Oh my God!" I said, "I can't believe they even got AMC down here." I was like, "That's great." So what happened was, my sister had came in from Charlotte to go to Murray's Inlet, which is on South Myrtle Beach, and she was going to have a bonfire on the beach. I told my wife, I said, "You know what we're going to do?" Because what I started doing up here, I haven't been able to really get to the movies lately, only because it's been extremely busy. But I've heard Tony a couple of weeks ago, not a couple of weeks ago, probably about like 10 days ago, about some sort of like a Save Billy type thing, or like I don't know, it was like a Save Billy type thing. And he says, go to AMC, just buy popcorn, just go to AMC, go get concessions. You don't have to go see a movie. I'm like, you know what? That's a really great idea. So before we sat down to the beach, I ran to AMC. And AMC is pretty nice, but I noticed their seats were, it's different down there. It's really gigantic. It was beautiful walking in, but as I peeked into the theaters, it looked like it had the older types. It looked kind of steep. Like you sit down, it's like going to like a football stadium. It was like a little bit of a different setup than I'm normally seeing. So I picked up 2 big buckets of popcorn and I dragged it down to Merlin's at Beach. It was great.
That's awesome. What movie did you see?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry.
What movie did you see?
No, KC, I just dropped in just to pick up popcorn there. I just went inside to pick up popcorn.
That's pretty cool.
I've been doing that lately. No, I've been doing that because Tony gave me a good idea. He says, it was like a GoFundMe. Ever since this Billy thing came up, you were saying, "Hey, GoFundMe." So it's kind of like, you don't to support your AMC. You don't have to go to the movie if you have the time, but you can go inside, go to the concession, and order, and you can walk right out. And that's what I did. So I haven't seen a movie probably about a month and a half, but I spent about so far maybe about $60, $70 in concession stands just by going in, buying popcorn, and leaving.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's a good way to support it.
Well, because we all know the concessions are all 100% profit into the pocket. So you know what? if that's the least that I can do, just go in there, buy popcorn, and walk out. I mean, obviously, if I was going to go sit down, sit in a movie, I'll grab other items as well. But I just buy the popcorn just supporting the old AMC.
I've got a family of well, it depends on it depends on how many people the family is deciding to bring along with us to the movies. But I got a family of 6 here. I have a family. Well, I have a family of 6 here when we go to the movies, and so when I buy popcorn, I usually buy 2 large buckets of popcorn. And the reason for that is that when you get 2 large buckets of popcorn, you can actually get those brown boxes that come with it. Or they don't come with it, but you can ask them for the brown box, and then I dump half the popcorn into the brown box, and then I ask for a refill. So I'm only getting, I know you're supposed to get 2 full buckets, but I only get a bucket and a half because I don't feel like going back out while I'm watching the movie. And so then that way I'm able to kind of spread it out a little bit, some of the popcorn, and everybody can have their own little box of popcorn. We make 4 boxes out of 2 full buckets and 2 boxes of popcorn. Everybody can kind of share that between 6 people. So, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean though. Like if we went over there to get popcorn, I would probably buy one of those. Did you buy the big bags? Are you buying those big bags of popcorn?
I haven't seen them at all. I just go in and just ask for the buckets. I haven't even seen them. But you know what I do? You have the dine-in theaters there as well, correct?
Yes.
So what we do, so when I go to the dine-in, I pre-order my stuff, but I like going to the theater earlier because I like hanging out. I like seeing the people come in. I like seeing the flow. I got my Ape hat. I got my Ape shirt. In fact, if you see my little icon there, I'm not talking about 3 or 4. In fact, I'm wearing a Run DMC shirt right now. It says Run AMC to the moon. Got a little AMC. I got about maybe 6, 7 shirts, a hat. So every time I go to the theater, I always wear my getup. And I like going to the movie theater soon, earlier, just to watch the flow of the people coming in and out, and just get like the aura of it. Because here in New York, these theaters are busy. They're always busy. And we have on Long Island, there's got to be at least 8 or 9 AMC theaters. So I like going there early. Even though I pre-order my food, I still go on the concessions line. I still go on there. I get my popcorn, my drink. I'm usually eating half of it just waiting before I even get into the theater with me and my son, my daughter, my wife, or whoever's coming with me. And usually we're eating half the stuff there. And then when we go sit down, a couple minutes before the movie starts, here comes my order. So that's like what you're saying. You don't want to run out of your stuff and then not having to leave your seat to go back out. That don't make sense unless, it's a dire need.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor and make sure you tell your wife happy birthday for me. She probably doesn't know who I am, but I mean, just tell her happy birthday for me. Maybe it'd be nice to hear that just some random stranger said happy birthday. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'll toast to her today. I'll toast to her a happy birthday to Lil Boy's wife.
There you go. You know what? I'm going to have her listen to it. You know what? Just real quick, he doesn't know this, but my son that lives in Florida, he's taking his master's down in Florida, and my wife hasn't seen him in about 6 months, so she thinks he's coming home for Thanksgiving. But he's at the Orlando airport getting ready to fly home, so it's going to be a big surprise. That's why I'm home early today, so I can make sure everything is lined up. So I'm going to replay this and have her listen to it. So I really appreciate it. But she knows who you are. He listened to you while we were driving to Myrtle Beach last week. He listened to the whole show. She knows who you are. She knows who my boys are. She knows my Pantheon. She knows I listen to Pantheon. He's got to get back on because he's been missing in action. I'm missing that boy. It's you, Tony, Massalorian, Pantheon, Bigums. Those are my go-to guys, and you're my number one. So if I don't, and I'm usually waiting for you in the morning because I start early in the morning, and I'm an hour ahead of you. So I'm like, when's Casey? And you know what, Casey? There's something going wrong because I wait for you. I'm waiting by my phone, and when your notification pops up, I'm like, oh, bam, bam. I'm not even number one. I'm number 4. I can never make the number 1 spot. Like if Hayden's out there listening, he must be living next to you, or you got some sort of a deal with Hayden because that guy is always getting number 1. I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know how he's doing it, but I can never get. But I will tell you, I'm always number 1 on smacking the like button. That I promised you.
Well, I happen to know what Hayden does for a living, and I'm not going to say it out loud, but I have a feeling that maybe he might have some preferential treatment in his Wi-Fi connectivity from for what he does for a living. But that might be part of the reason. I don't know.
That's gotta be. That's gotta be. Because I'm waiting by the phone because I know you come on like 7:01, 7:02. Like when you come on 7:10, I know you're late, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting because I know it's 7:10 for me. It's 6:10 for you, and I'm waiting, and I see boom because sometimes I go to you and you're not on yet. I go to your show, but I'm catching yesterday's show. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna get number one, and then next thing you know, the notification pops up, and I'm like stopping in traffic, slam the brakes, and I'm my numbers and I say good morning, and then I'm number three. I'm like, God, like what am I doing wrong here? I said, how fast can I? I can't be any faster than I'm doing now.
Hmm.
But I'll get there. So my number three is my number one.
Thanks, man. I
What's up,
appreciate it.
guys?
Steven's in here, man. How's it going, Steven?
Hi, how are you doing? I just stopping in to say hi. What's up, little boy?
Hey, Steven, good to hear you, buddy.
Nothing much. Just watching the AMC chart go up right now.
I
It's
know,
looking
I'm
nice.
loving it. What about for you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What about for you? Where's your location?
Oh, Las Vegas.
Nice.
It's okay. I kind of want to move.
You'll love it. Long Island's
Great.
great. You guys will love it. It's got a little bit of everything. In fact, I had guys. I was at a job site yesterday. They were actually a company. Believe it or not, a company from San Diego, California, was over here at a kids camp installing a zip line, like a massive zip line, for this camp. And I'm talking to the guys here, and they're like, "Wow, this is really beautiful. It's really nice around here. It's got a lot of diversity." I'm like, "Wow, you're all the way from California?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "The best thing was a couple of days ago, a truck never came in, so we had a free day off, and we went through the city. We went to the Freedom Tower where the Twin Towers used to be. We went to Little Italy. We went to Chinatown. We were up in Times Square." I'm like, "No, it's really great. I mean, I know it's pricey, but it's got a lot of diversity here. You're right up the road from the beaches. You got the Hamptons. You got the North Gold Coast of Long Island. 'Cause, Long Island's only maybe about 100 miles long, but it's only about 28. From north to south, it's about 25 miles from north to south, but it stretches out about 100 miles, and it's got a lot of diversity in that small little piece of land. You got your beaches, you got your city not too far away. Everything's at your fingertips. You don't have to really drive far to anything, and it's a really cool place to get. If you guys ever get a chance to come through Long Island, it's a really beautiful place.
All I know is that
Nice MOASS.
I love Long Island iced teas, so
Yeah,
that probably means that I love
one the
Long
other
Island.
night. Yeah, I was down in Myrtle Beach. I had my first Long Island iced tea. I didn't know what to want. I'm not really a drinker. I drink. It depends on the occasion. And my wife and I were on the boardwalk in Myrtle Beach, and my wife had some sort of a fancy drink. I'm like, oh well, I don't want to have a beer. Let me have a drink. I'm like, what do I want? I don't even know. I said, what? I have a Long Island iced tea. And man, was that good. That was the first time I had that in years. I might even have one later.
I like them. They're pretty good. Some places you go, they're kind of chintzy on the alcohol amounts that they put on them, and so they're more of a, I don't know, they have like more of that sweet and sour kind of junk that's in them, but it's usually pretty good stuff.
You know what I do? Depending where I'm at, I'm with you on that. So I'll take a sip if I feel. Because don't forget, these drinks ain't cheap either. They're like $15 a piece.
Hmm.
So if I taste it, and if I feel there's not enough alcohol, what I'll do is I'll with my drink. I'll walk over to a different bartender. Say, can you do me a favor? Can you just top this off a little bit because I'm not really tasting anything. Oh yeah, sure. And they'll top it off. And what's nice about that, your alcohol's sitting right on top. So it's kind of like you're getting a shot real quick, and then you go ahead with your drink. Nah, I always make sure that when I go to places, if I really don't taste that alcohol, I tell them right now. I go right back. It's up. Can you top this off? I don't taste no alcohol in here. And I would say like 9 times out of 10, there's no problem. They'll put it in. Because a lot of places are measured. It depends where you go. They're measured.
Yeah.
But it's all good.
I never thought of returning or taking the drink back up and asking for a top off. It's never really occurred to me. I might have to give that a try, see what happens, see if I have any luck with it. I can imagine for me it probably you're a really nice guy, and the way you go about doing it is probably really cool, but for me, I probably would go up there and ask, and they would probably give me this like really crazy look, like no.
Well, that's if you go up there and tell them you broke the handle to the cup, maybe you'll get a little.
Don't break me. I'll break your handles.
Yeah, and you
You
know
better
what,
top
Casey?
this
I
off.
will. You know what? When Aaron Adams when he Aaron when he tweets, I always write him back. I'm like, hey, once you come to Long Island, please come to Long Island. You got to come to Long Island because we have them here, and they're all beautiful. We have about 8 of them out here. I said, come to New York, and I know you go to the city, but come on to Long Island. Come on to Long Island. But if I tell you what, I promise you, Casey, and I always had this in the back of my mind. If I ever find out this guy ever comes to Long Island, I promise you, I'm going to give this guy a mug with your name on it, compliments of Casey Shaw, and making sure, and me and my wife are going to hold it with all hands and just hand it to him and say, this is compliments of Casey Shaw that met you down in Dallas, Texas about 2 months ago when he accidentally broke this and he ran out of the place.
If he's coming up to that area and you're gonna have a chance to meet up with him, you let me know and I'll send you the mug personally.
Okay. I always ask him. I always text him. Because he makes his rounds, and he's proud of us. He loves it. He loves everything that's going on. You can hear it in his voice. You can hear it with the messages. He's basically just telling you everything that he wants to tell you. But the thing is that we just have to wait for that moment, and that moment's going to come. I know it's going to come. I feel it. I feel it so strongly, and I'm patient. I'm here for the long term. I add to my position here. I add to my position there. I'm not backing out. I'm here for the long haul if need be. And like I said, I believe he's got our backs. He definitely got his backs. You know, he's just as committed with us. And you know what? Not for nothing. You got to remember, this guy's an older gentleman. So he might want to pack it in and kind of retire, but I think he's having fun with all this because I think at the end of the game, I know he's going to win. He's going to win for all of us. I feel it. There's no two ways about it. And I feel like when the time comes, he's really going to do the pounce. And then he could just walk away. He can walk away. The guy's, 68 years old? So let him walk away. Let him enjoy. And this way we enjoy everything with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to it. And I can't wait. And I love guys like you and a couple of other people out there that just keeps us all going. You know, listen, I don't even listen to radio shows anymore, Casey. Only time I listen to a radio show real quick is when you go on break. When you go on break, I throw it on to 1010 Winds to see what the traffic's about. Maybe if I see some bad weather, I try to catch it with the weather. Other than that, I wait for you to come back, and I get right back on. You know, it's great. I love everything you're doing. We all appreciate everything you're doing, Casey. You are. I can't say enough. I look forward. I wish you could try to do Saturday and Sunday if you can, but I don't know if you really want to go down that road.
That's going way too far. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate
it. No, I'm only kidding.
I really appreciate it. But
are we private?
What's that?
Private convo? Is anybody hearing this?
Say again?
Is this a private conversation or everybody's hearing this?
Everybody's hearing this.
Oh, beautiful. 243. Beautiful. Hello, everybody. This is Lowboy from Long Island. Lowboy, that's what I drive every day to work. That's for today, though.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate everybody here.
Lowboy. So I'm actually gonna take off for break here. But I'm gonna do like an outro for you. Lowboy originally came into to one of the back of the Big Tramp calls at the on one of the days, and his energy, his excitement, and his passion for what it is that he's involved in was so what's the word I'm looking for? So refreshing and almost addictive, I guess. I guess that's the best word I can use. That I felt like I needed to bring you on more often to just have that kind of moment to where you just kind of like bring everybody up, and it's infectious. Your attitude is infectious, and I've always said in life that you want to surround yourself with people who cause you to be a better person and not a worse person. And so your infectious attitude is better for all of us. I think it all kind of gives us a refreshing moment to hear the excitement, the passion. Those are things that my ADD doesn't allow me to have. I'm just kind of a robot. I look at numbers and repeat the same things that I see all the time. But I really do appreciate your passion because it's infectious on me. It makes me uh, invigorated and more passionate about what it is that I'm involved in. So thank you. Thank you for what it is being an infectious person with your attitude. Thank you, Lowboy. I appreciate it.
Community. I thank everybody for allowing me to have my piece because I just want to be part of the community. I just want whatever 2 cents I can throw into it. I appreciate it. Just makes me feel extra special. Makes me feel like I'm part of the program, and I thank everybody to spending the time to listen to me and whatever I can add for it. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Casey. I'll catch you on Monday. But other than that, thank you again, and thank you for all you do. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you too. Take care.
You too, buddy. Take care.
Bye.
Goodbye, guys.
I don't know what to say, guys. It's just that's Lowboy. That is low. I really like. He needs to change his name to High Boy. He needs to change his name to High Boy because you can't be low with a guy like that. It's like how you can't get low. That guy makes you pumped up like you're like High Boy afterwards. Ah, man, that's great. It's good stuff. Thank you, little boy, again. I can't say it enough, but um, I'm gonna head to break. What a downer! I'm gonna leave you guys with like music now. Oh man, I gotta figure out a way to like like a higher high off of coming out of talking with Lowboy. Let's see here. Oh yeah, myself says Lowboy, no overloading the 12 item line anymore. Somebody remind me in case I forget to say happy birthday to his wife. I don't think I'm gonna forget though. And then I've got Diaz on the 15th for a birthday, and I wrote down myself as having a birthday on the 30th. So I wrote you guys down. I'll try and make sure that I remind myself in the future, but I've got you written on my desk. Let me put up my message and some music, and I will be back at 2:10. Yeah, Diaz said his birthday was on the 15th, unless unless I got it wrong. Oh, I hate it when I can't type. Let's see, 2:10. Ariel says no energy drink. He is an energy drink, Ariel. Like you're right. You don't need an energy drink. He is the energy drink. This is this is the kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys like go on space calls or not, but it's people like Lowboy that I love listening to because they're so refreshing, and I like hearing from the community. I like hearing what it is people have to say because they have different perspectives than I have. Um, it's cool. It makes us who we are. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
All right, guys, I'm back, and it's that time of the day to go ahead and toast to the Power Hour. Total price on AMC and Ape together combined at this moment in time is currently at $14.99. We had a three-way tiebreaker between Eric, Keto, and Monty. And the person with the high end of the price predictions was Keto with 13.13 to 16.13, which puts his average price at 14.63. So he would end it, provided that the price doesn't go over 16.13, which I don't think is going to happen. But if it does, I mean, he would be out of the running. But at 14.63. I think his average price would end up being the winner out of the group. So Keto may be getting a little bit of a nice little win this week here. At least it's shaping up to be like that. But it's time to make our toast. Today I'm going to go ahead and toast. You know, Lowboy comes on. You know, he's been on like 3 times now. And what I'll say is that, like I said earlier, he has a very infectious attitude that really just kind of makes us all get pumped up. And so to Lowboy's wife, who has a birthday today, or maybe it was tomorrow, I forgot. But anyways, either way, it doesn't matter when the birthday really is. Thank you for lending his time to us as a community, because it does help us to just have more encouragement about, you know, just where we're at, where we stand, and the company that we're with and we're investing in. So, to Lowboy's wife, happy birthday to you. Cheers. Nobody better ever ask me to make a toast for their wedding. I don't like doing these things. I hate winging it, and if I write it down, it never comes out great when you just read it from writing. So it's like I'm just not a natural at it. So, anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at our numbers for the last time for the day. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so if you have something in particular you wanted me to comment on, hold that thought until you see the big tramp back up on the page. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it with your broker, you may want to set it up, as it could prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. It's always a good idea to have extra protection on, especially something like this. Can't even imagine not setting up some kind of two-factor authentication that prevents somebody from being able to get into your account. It seems kind of nutty to me that you wouldn't consider it, at least. Uh, let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers here. I'm going to move 2 screens over. Starting with off exchange, which is right here next to me. 56.42 in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX was 12.81 an hour ago. Those numbers are now currently at 56.32 and 12.68 for a grand total of 69 on the nose. Nice. For our total volume, 69% of our volume going through the off exchange. Exactly. For AMC, for Ape, it was 56.5 an hour ago and 11.9 for EDGX. That is now 56.67 and 11.83 for a grand total of 68.5% of our volume going through those 2 off exchanges for Ape. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, for AMC, there was 1.95 million shares having been reported for borrowing. It's now down to 488,000. Not point, but 488,000. That's going to lower our estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.58%. Cost of borrows at 22.53, and shares on loans at 196.04 million shares. It's not a whole lot of change. It was a slight change upwards, but not enough to really even bat an eyelid at. Taking a look at Ape, highest amount of, or not highest amount, but the amount of shares that were having been returned as of an hour ago was 10.19 million shares, is now 13.34. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float down to 6.6%. Cost of borrow 8.97. And shares on loan is currently at 47.35 million. Day over day, that was a decrease of 2 million shares. All of that in short interest. And as you can well imagine, with the 13.34 million shares having been reported as return for the day today, you can imagine that that will continue to move down further next Monday when we see the reported data. Looking at options, highest amount of call options is at a $15 strike. An hour ago, there's 2,669 option contracts that were open for calls, and it's now 2,693. On puts, it was 1,269, is now 1,271, so not too many, like 2 extra contracts opened at a $14 strike price. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently the 16th most heavily traded stock, with 60% buys to 40% sales, which is the bare minimum that I like to see buy over sell ratio. Ape is coming in 22nd with 61% buys to 39% sales. And AMC not doing too well on the buy-sell ratio today. 23 coming in 23rd with 43% buys to 57% sell ratio. So we did not hit my 60-40 buy-sell ratio. On Monday, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to try and track OBV and figure out. I mean, obviously retail was selling some shares, as we can see from Fidelity's reporting. Seeing what kind of impact today's sales had. What I can say though is right off the bat is that we have very low volume today. So that low volume is not going to translate into a whole lot of shares that were being sold. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would have been $7.78. Shares borrowed in the last hour, it looks like they did go ahead and borrow an additional 125,000. Yeah. A lot of borrowing right here towards the end of the day today. I'm going to round it a little bit here. I'm just going to call it 100,000 shares more because I only do 50,000 increments. So that's 650,000 shares borrowed so far for the day to day. Fees are at 19.5%. Expect a push towards the end here with that many shares being borrowed. NASDAQ is up 2.17. Dow Jones is up 1.41. And the S&P 500 is up 1.69. We have 5,169 advancers to 1,706 decliners. The market is pumping like it's cooking with bacon grease. The VIX is down 3.3. VTI is up 1.75. IWD is up 1.58. Tesla is up 3.31. Amazon is up 2.38. Cinemark is up 2.96. Doge is up 3.73. Bitcoin is up 9.98. GME is up 9.8. HYMC is up 5.28. Hood is up 5.59. NCMI is down 0.91. Ape is up 5.7. And AMC is up 10.2. On AMC, we currently have $2 million more in outflow than more $2 million more in outflow than in inflow. 31.37 million shares have been traded for the day today. It looks like we hit my target. 30 to 50 million shares traded. Let's see how much more volume we're going to get before the end of the day, though. We're on pace for just about 35 million shares by the end of the day today. So I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 30 and 50 million. So it looks like we're going to hit those numbers. On the hourly time interval, there's currently, looks like more buying pressure than selling. I can't tell. I think that's more buying pressure than selling pressure. It's really close. RSI is at 70.19, 70.37 and climbing. So that's signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.84, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.62, which is just slightly above average. So RSI has cooled off quite a bit on AMC. I don't know if it's enough to get another run up or not, but we did see a whole bunch of borrowing of shares towards the end of the day here, so you can imagine that that's going to do something. We'll check out where we're heading in price here, because I do see what looks to be maybe an ascending parallel channel, but we'll check it out here in a minute. Moving on with Ape. There's currently $500,000 more on inflow than outflow. 7.78 million shares having been traded so far. Nope, 37. We're on pace for 8.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market 5 to 25 million. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.7, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.47, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.95, which is slightly below average, and a divergence of buying and selling pressure looking like it's forming. Not sure what I see going on here. We were traveling for the most part of the day up this ascending parallel channel. Broke out right around 1400, actually more around 1405. Broke out around 1405, and then we've kind of been consolidating, I think, ever since. So if you were to take this out to a higher time scale, what you would see likely is a pennant possibility. So meaning we could see some more price improvement. So if you look at this, you've got 3, 6, 9 candles heading up. So perhaps 9 candles going out for the pennant formation. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got some time here, so we've got some cooling off that we'll probably tend to see happen. Not really expecting a whole lot in the aftermarket on this. Probably just to see it do its normal sideways trading, which will cool off RSI and help us into Monday for more continued movement upwards in price. on AMC. I feel like we're on a another ascending parallel channel. Well, I shouldn't say another because this last one wasn't really an ascending parallel channel. It was close to it, but not quite. But it does appear that we are on an ascending parallel channel currently, and I would say that more than likely this is probably going to break out, going down just slightly before market close. In fact, I could see this level of resistance at 957 being an issue and a potential breakout pretty soon, heading down. You might see some consolidation in here and then leading to a breakout just before market close. And then we'll probably, for like the last 15 minutes, we'll climb back up a little bit. Maybe finish around like 950. And let's see here. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Kind of, sort of. Not yet. Hold on. Now I can. Well, see, that's part of the thing too, right? I just saw what KFC wrote up there before it disappeared. Nobody's selling this thing. Don't believe me? Well, you should. Diamond hands. So, if when we take a look at OBV on Monday, or you can look at it over the weekend, what you're going to be looking for is how much selling pressure was there, and so even if we have, I guess here's what I'll say, because we're just looking at AMC, right? We know that there was day traders that came in and bought this day. We absolutely know that for a fact. Now the question is did a day trader come in and swing trade this and buy in, provide a lot of forward momentum on price movement, and then exit their positions towards the later half of the day as price started to come down? Like, did they see the signals? By the way, guys, where have you seen this before? Tell me where you've seen. Tell me you have not seen. Dude, the same patterns like all over the place. It's insane. Tell me where you've seen this. Where have you seen this? So a day trader would come in here before, or come in here, maybe perhaps buy in, maybe even pre-market buy in, and then sell out. And so it could be that the orders that we're seeing are those day/swing traders. That's why you have more selling pressure than you have buying pressure. So, but it doesn't matter because we got the momentum that we needed to push us up into new higher highs, right? And that's good. There's nothing wrong with that, and you can still see that there's continuous buying pressure in here. So this is good. In China, that's right. China is where we see that all the time, right? No, not in China. SPY. Where do we see this? On the tops. I try to show this to you guys all the time. You see these patterns happening all the time at the tops. These patterns are very, very, very common. Super, super common. I don't know what we should name it something. You got the M pattern. You got the it almost looks like a head and shoulder pattern, right? Followed by a sharp move down, right? This pattern happens. This is the SPY, guys. I'm not. You call them V-necks. I don't know what to call it, but I do know that it happens like consistently, like all the time. Whenever you're nearing a top of something, this pattern formation will happen. I used to call them cat ears, right? You can call them exploding kittens, right? Exploding kittens. but these happen quite consistently when you see tops, and then you see a fallout in price. But they're very, very common for some from upward momentum. So, and this is the SPY that I'm looking at right now. I can take you over to probably like tons of different places and show you the same pattern occurring over and over and over. One of the most famous ones that I like to see, that I like to show people, is on AMC back here. It's actually seen better on like the hourly. So I'm on the daily right now. If I go to the hourly and take you back to, actually I don't remember what time of the year that was. Actually, let's go to 4 hour. I think you can see it on 4 hour. Here it is. This is probably one of the best looking ones the AMC has ever printed. Right? Same pattern. Cat ears, right? Head and shoulder pattern followed by downwards momentum or movement. Like this shit, it's crazy, guys. It's all over the place. Everywhere you look, you can find these. And it always shows you like a trend reversal. Now, if you know this kind of stuff is going to happen, and you know what to look for, you can figure out places to sell on the backside of a squeeze on upwards momentum. Remember, each one of these black areas in here is an entire day's worth of trading. Well, guess what? If you get the cat ears and you start to get the head and shoulder pattern, you can find a spot where price is moving up to within 25% of the top. You can find it. You absolutely can find it. It's there so often. It's not even funny. It's crazy. It's like there every time almost. The only time it doesn't happen really is on some of the daily pump and dumps. A lot of those daily pump and dumps just don't have enough volume to support the kind of movement that you need to get the proper, the proper movement, and they end up starting to look a little more something like this, right? This still had it though. This one even still had it, right? Like look at this. You got your cat ears over here, cat ears right here, followed by this really nasty looking head and shoulders right here. It's like this. I wouldn't even call this a head and shoulders, but it's what it kind of was. Followed by the retest, and here's your upwards momentum right here. Even on this one, there's upwards momentum that gets to probably close to within. This one probably didn't get to within 25%, but it was probably close. Let me just calculate it out. What is 25% off of 34 to 33? Actually, it did. 25.74 would have been right there. So it did. This retest into here did get it. It wasn't a whole lot. But there was some period of time where it was over the 25% mark. But this isn't even a squeeze right here, right? Squeezes are going to have much more volume, and you're going to have more pronounced periods of time and longer periods of time where you see these retests. This is over a very short period of time. It's not even a squeeze play. It's just a run up. But yeah, all right. Time to get to the back of the big tramp. Yo says it's almost algorithmic. it's amazing, amazing. Even how many of you guys remember that? It's almost algorithmic. Even. Oh man. Flat Earth says cat ears. Yeah, sure. Taught in every Goldman Sachs trading manual. Of course. I'm sure they have a more technical name for it. Yeah, let me zoom in on this, guys. And I'm gonna head to the back of the big tramp here. So if you guys want to meet me in the back of the big tramp, we looks like we're getting that consolidation on AMC that I was talking about. I don't know if it's gonna break out right here at this box or not, but it does look like we're getting the consolidation. We might see a breakdown out of the ascending parallel channel here, and then we'll probably see it drop some amount. I don't know how far down it's gonna go. If I had to guess, maybe 948-ish, maybe finish around like 950. That's my best guess. Looks like it's trying to punch through 957 though. I mean, if we get a good enough push and it breaks 957 and moves up, then this won't happen. Francis, I certainly can. Let me scroll back up here. Give me 1 second. Why do you say nice when there are a large amount of orders going through the dark pool? It's because the number. I always say nice after 69. Nice. It's simply what it is. It's just me kidding around. Myself says, could we end with the Chinese national anthem since everything is their fault anyway? No. Nope. Today we love the UK, no Fomo. And so it's a remembrance day for the Queen. Maybe another day, myself. Nice was Trey's last tweet. Nice. Hey, Flat Earth man, I'll take the compliment. I'll take the compliment. My heart is genuinely righteous. I appreciate that, man. I really do, truly, honestly, I do appreciate that. And you know what? I would never, ever, ever claim to being right all the time. I would never. I'd be 100% wrong if I ever tried to say that I was always right. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna play "God Save the Queen." My son recommended that I play a Queen song. I think he wanted me to play the "God Save the Queen" song from Queen. I was like, I think that's not a good one, um, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna head to the back of the big tramp. If anybody wants to join the back of the big tramp, you will be live. No mistaking about it. You will be live for everybody to hear. But I am sitting in the back of the big tramp now. Looks like we did get that push on AMC past $9.57. It's getting a little bit of that power hour run here. Somebody joined in. Who is it? Yucca. Yucca, the guy who likes to put his finger in the fan because wants to see what the button does. Did you do that as a kid? Did you ever try that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. I did too.
And then I would talk into the fan because you change your voice, it becomes robotic.
Oh yeah, who didn't do that? If you didn't do that, you didn't have a good childhood.
Yep.
Yeah. But everybody, I feel like a lot of boys, probably wondered at some point, like, what is it going to feel like if I put my finger in there? So you have to try it. Every kid tries it, like, oh, what's going to happen if I do this? I remember my grandma had, I actually don't, maybe, I want to say Singer, but I don't think it was Singer because I think that was the name of the sewing machine that she had. But she had a fan. It was one of those really old fans that had like some metal wiring that just kind of went around like the outside edge of where the fan rotation was happening.
Yeah.
But nothing that really stopped you from preventing you from putting your hand in the thing. And we're talking about like serious steel blades, like not like plastic junky blades, like the kind of stuff that would like chop fingers off kind of thing. That particular fan was a fan that I think as a kid I just looked at it and was like, yeah, no. I knew instantly that was not a good idea. For some reason or another, it didn't jive well. But the plastic ones definitely.
Yeah.
Point Break, take care, man. So how you doing, Yucca?
Doing great. Just
Yeah?
here at working, finishing up a few orders, and doing great.
That's good.
Yeah. How about yourself?
I feel like we've had an exciting week. And we're ending it with
Yeah.
kind of a nice little bang here.
Yep.
Rem Taco just said you weren't a fan of it. That's such a bad dad joke.
That's funny.
Myself is questioning my statement. He says, did he just say every boy at one point must have thought what will happen when I put my finger there? Yes, every boy thought that because you know what? Girls were too smart to do something stupid like that. Every single girl that ever looked at one of those fans said nope. But us boys, for a fact that us boys for sure were over there sitting there going like, I bet you I can touch those blades without hurting my finger. The
Yeah.
girls,
I just
go ahead.
I just pulled up one of those vintage Singer electric fans. I don't know what they were trying to do. Maybe conserve on the cost or like save money because huge openings. You can see the grill.
Oh yeah.
You can put your hand through there as a child. It'll fit right through.
Oh yeah, dude. There was no protection, none. Now you got me thinking. Maybe it was a Singer
It's got to be.
fan. It was black. I remember it was black. Singer old. I'm gonna put old Singer.
It's 1950s. I'm thinking maybe.
1950 Singer fan. Oh yeah, this is it. This is the one right here. This is for sure it. Antique fan collectors. I don't know what this is. It's not necessarily saying Singer, but this is for sure the fan that I'm talking about. That was it right there. There was no way that you couldn't stick something in there to get it chopped off. This is exactly. In fact, I remember this. This is the exact fan right here. I don't know if this is a Singer. Yeah, it says Singer pre 1950. This was the
Yeah.
exact fan that she had. I remember it distinctly because of the I'm not manufacturer's label or whatever you call this tag on the top and this little knob that was sitting on the back of the thing. That fan, it looked like a piece of junk, but it it acted like it could fly a plane.
It probably was used as one of the propellers.
It really seemed like it could fly a plane because you could tell there was power. Like, and it wasn't going to stop it. Nothing was going to stop it from driving through.
Who said that? You can sharpen your pencil, maybe. Our Yale, they tried it with a pencil once.
Ban Yuccaville? Hold on a second. I'm getting asked to ban somebody. What's going on here? Hold on a second.
Oh no, I think it's Javi. He's playing around.
Okay. Yucca's like, no, don't do it. Jeff says, Casey, that fan doesn't look right if it doesn't have a cloth-covered electric cord. I don't remember there being a cloth-covered electric cord, though. I don't remember that. Guys, we are getting a huge push-up on the Power Hour on AMC. It's redefining what Bollinger Bands are supposed to be about. It is not doing. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, look at all that volume.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Gorilla Gardner, welcome. If you're having a hard time getting in here, Gorilla Gardner, because sometimes, okay, wait, you just went unmute, so you must have figured it out.
For that.
I hear you. Coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, it took me a minute to get the mute off.
Have we spoken before?
I don't think so. I've been on Boss's think tank here and there.
Okay, cool, man. It's good to talk to you.
Likewise, you have a real cool Discord here.
Oh, it's nothing.
Well, I like all of the barbecue, the sharing of the barbecue.
Dude, there are some talented chefs in this group. Let me tell you, there's some talented people. I haven't done a brisket yet to put up, but I'm looking forward to it.
People post, their barbecue, their grill, and at the wrong time, I'm hungry, and then I look at the pictures. I'm like, oh, come on, guys. They look really good.
Do you guys why don't they make appliances like they used to? You know what I mean?
Like wood burning?
Like any
coal burning?
No. What I mean is like not too long ago I had a problem with my fridge, and I've got another fridge, and it's probably like a good 10, maybe 15 years younger than the older fridge, and it's sitting in a hot garage in Texas, and it's still running like a champ. I mean, it is running like a champ, and it's like this brand new fridge. You know, it had problems, and it's only like 3 years old, and it's like, what the heck is up with that? Because I was just thinking about the Singer fan. The Singer fan was like a champ, right? We don't make stuff like that anymore. Why?
It's bad business.
Ah, you're right. Why we need to change that. We need to change it. We need to change it to where companies make products that last forever. Yes. We need to change that. I think that's an inherent flaw in big business. So working in cell phones, right? Making computer chips for cell phones. Legitimately, like they build in, I'm telling you right now, guys, you may not believe this or not, but they build in failure rates.
I believe it.
Yeah, they build it right into the chips themselves so the chips fail after a certain period of time of usage. Craziest shit I've ever heard of.
Yeah, Apple came out saying that didn't they get sued because it was actually draining battery from the phones, and people were like, why is my battery? And they were forcing you to go and upgrade.
Yeah. They build failure rates into electronics. It's legitimately they know that the chip's going to fail within a certain period of time. They know it. There's something wrong with that. There's something inherently wrong with that.
Yeah, that's why I'm still rocking the iPhone 8.
Hey man,
use it until it dies.
Mad respect to you though. I have mad respect for you for holding out with the iPhone 8. That's cool. I'm sure you're suffering, but mad respect.
If I was suffering, I probably wouldn't know it.
All right. What you don't know doesn't hurt you.
There you go. Yeah, I don't play video games or much. The only game I play is the market right now.
Yeah. Do you guys have any special plans for the weekend?
I myself am working.
Yeah, same here.
More AMC and Ape shares, I hear. Then that's what you're trying to tell me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm actually just finishing up work driving right now, so I'm gonna probably be muting in and out once I get into some traffic.
Yeah, please, driving safety first, man. Please.
Yeah, well, if you just see me cutting in and out, that's why.
Oh yeah, not a problem.
Trying to respect your stream.
No, I respect the fact that you care about other people's lives. That's good. I way more respect that. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. But yeah, thanks for coming in and talking. One of the reasons why I kind of do this is because I like to hear from the community. I like to hear new voices. How long you like, if you don't mind me asking you questions, how long you been a part of this?
The group or your Discord
No,
or the
part of
community, I should
yeah,
say.
AMC. Yeah, part of
AMC.
yeah.
I fell into this on January 28th of 21, and as all of the hype was going down, just out of seeing somebody that I follow on a tweet, just saying, wow, look at what's going on here, and started following it. And like, yeah, I got to get in on this, and of course, that's at the moment that all the nefariousness went down, and I couldn't even open up a brokerage account for 2 weeks. But about the second or third weekend of February is when I started buying AMC and GME.
That's awesome, man. That's almost exactly when I got in at. I think the 28th might have been my first day in, and then I bought. Originally, I had just purchased 2 shares of GME because that's all I had in settled cash at the time. And I think I think at the time, I think it was like, it was either, I think it was 320. It was like three something a piece. I think it was 325 a piece, maybe, or 300. I don't remember what it was, but it was high up there. It was pretty high. That's all I had in settled cash at the time.
Yeah.
And while I was waiting for positions to close, I started doing some more research, and I was like, oh yeah, this AMC thing, I kind of like AMC. That looks good. And but I think they're both great plays. So it's not. I don't favor one over the other. I try not to.
Yeah, that's I was about the same here, where I felt like AMC was the better play for myself, just because the price point of getting in. And then when GME came down to something affordable, that's when I jumped in on GameStop.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. Thanks for sharing. I mean, you didn't have to, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, now that we were talking, I remember it was yesterday morning. I commented on the stream about thanks for trying to keep the stream clean as far as the cursing.
Yeah.
I like your response of, you can curse, but as long as you learn all the other words first. That's really cool. I might use that.
Because see, the thing was, so I'm gonna tell you this story, real quick story. When I was growing up, my friend and I, we went out to a place called Aquarius. It was a skating rink, and they had a little video arcade room, and I think we were playing Street Fighter. And
oh yeah,
yeah, you remember that? That was real fun, right?
oh yeah.
So we were playing Street Fighter, and my friend had like the worst potty mouth ever. Like, I'm talking like every other word was an F bomb, S bombs, you name it. He was just throwing it, like they were just coming out of his mouth like diarrhea out of the mouth. It was just coming out, right? So we're sitting there playing. And I grew up in a very religious household, and I wasn't allowed to say those kind of things at all. And um, we're sitting there playing the video games, and I guess we lost track of time. Well, my dad walks into the arcade room to find us because he showed up to pick us up at the time we were supposed to be outside, and we weren't there, so he had to come in to find us. And he walks in, and he walks in, and he's standing behind us, and my friend's mouth was just like every other word was just F bombs and you name it, like just all kinds of crazy. I mean, just really crazy stuff coming out of his mouth, right? And me, I had that like funny like Spider-Man tingles kind of going on moment where it was like somebody standing behind you. And so I kind of turned my head just a little bit, just enough to where I could see out of my peripherals, my dad towering over us behind me. And I'm sitting there going, like, I'm like, you can't even imagine how much my heart sank. My heart sank because at that moment I knew that I was in like serious, serious trouble, like the kind of trouble you just don't like, you don't want to even live through. And
yeah,
oh my God, I think I nudged my friend. He turned around, he saw my dad, and my dad just looked at us. He said, "Get in the car." That was it. That's all he said, like real firm. He's like, "Get in the car," and then he walked out of
that's
there.
all that's needed.
Yeah, my dad never said anything else. My dad never said another word about it at all. He never said anything about it. Actually, he did later, but way later. But I thought for sure I was gonna die. I thought it was the end of me. I thought it was done.
That scary silence.
Oh, the car ride home was so terrible. Dead silence, dead silence. Oh man, I thought I'd never see my friend again. It was so terrible.
That's awesome.
He was pissed, but he held it in. it was funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Those are good memories.
Faith, Family, and Fishing says, thanks, Casey, for all you do for the community. Keep up. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What is Roaster Guy saying here? We're getting really close to the end of the market here, guys, and it's been a wonderful week. Our current price on AMC is $9.71. We're up 12.41%. We broke out of an ascending parallel channel that was heading up, which is unusual. Ape is at $5.48, up 7.24%, and our combined price between the two is, I have no idea because I can't do math. Hold on a second. I'll pull it up here. I gotta pull up my calculator. 15.18. For some reason, I have problems with TradingView again. It's not showing up. 15.18 is what our combined price is between the two. But I got to close the day out. If you guys want to hang out in the back of the big tramp, I can come back. Or if you guys are done, entirely up to you. But I'm going to sign off at the back of the big tramp and end the day for us. I'll be back if you guys are still here. But thank Gorilla and Yucca, thank you for coming in and talking with me. I appreciate it. It was welcomed. You know what that means? It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest, guys, because we have a 2-day weekend, not a 3-day. 2-day weekend this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go walk your dog or your cat or something. I don't know. Do you walk cats? I don't know. Go see a movie. You do support the movies. Low Boy said it. You can just go buy popcorn if you want to. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after tomorrow, when the world is free. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see. The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait.